led the Cavaliers with 46 points. The Mitchell's Cavaliers beat the 76ers by the final of 132-121.
You don't need to be Oz the Mentalist to see in the future here to understand that that's not going to work out.
Okay, but maybe you do
Kyler
need
does not work in the NFL.
You're deflecting.
Not
You're
deflecting. I want
Kyler
option.
Murray,
I want
Mills.
option
Give me a
C.
better option.
Give me option C.
Give me the C.
Whatever that is. Draft
I
the
want
quarterback.
the C.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We want the C. That's right. I meant W. That's what I meant, of course.
Settle that down.
That opened courtesy of FanDuel Sports Network there, and Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. I also want to say a big thanks and welcome into Jake Murrin, who's doing the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel and some producing for us. And old Matt Corelli, the big cheese, delivering the 2020s today. Hi, JP. How you doing?
Hello. How's it going today?
It's good. Today's my Wednesday.
Good.
Right, because yesterday was my Monday.
So do you you would do like a leap year type thing? Do you leap a day and then all of a sudden you just how does this work?
I'm not much of a leaper. It might surprise you.
Yeah.
But no, I just act like the other days of the week don't exist this week, which is
good.
nice.
So we're on Wednesday for you?
We're on Wednesday for you.
Wednesday.
Well, okay, it's Wednesday
it's Thursday
and Thursday.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's my second day of work this week is really what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I got that. Yeah, no, it's still
I'm
Thursday
making sure
for me.
they got it because I was a little worried that I was starting to make myself cross-eyed, let alone because it should be my Thursday too. It's a Wednesday-Thursday combo.
But then is tomorrow Friday?
Oh, it's always Friday.
We get enough off Friday.
Yeah.
Okay, good. That's all I need to know.
Well, although if previous Thursdays are any indication, NFL Friday starts at about 2 o'clock on Thursday.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
I like this.
So let's see here. We've got Browns Jets on Sunday. How we feeling? Vibe check.
Vibe check. As I sit here just trying to remind myself all the jokes I shouldn't make right now. Vibe check on the game. The game. Is there even much interest in this game right now?
It's about as layup of a win as you can get. There should be interest.
There should be, but I'm not getting the vibe that people are clamoring for Dylan Gabriel to see what he can do against a depleted Jets defense at this point.
Okay, but if you're a Gabriel guy, if you're out there pounding your chest,
Gabriel guys? Who are they? I've never met one in real life. Are they also part of the 5'8" community? Is that what this is?
It's the short king.
He's a tiny little guy.
It's the short king community.
Is it
Thank you very
every
much.
person that feels like they're not getting dates because they're short? They just all love Dylan Gabriel. Is that the grouping? They all meet together on Tuesdays
or
downtown?
You join a political cause. Those are the two things you do.
I don't understand. Who are these Gabriel guys? There's nobody in my life that's like, you know what I want to see more of? Dylan Gabriel. That's what I'm excited for.
Yeah, if you're a Gabriel guy, you're not poking your head out right now. Look at the game.
You're Homer Simpson back in the bushes?
Yes, absolutely. You're waiting for this Jets game.
The entire time we've been talking about Dylan Gabriel, I don't know that I've come across a single Gabriel guy in the slightest.
They were in the mentions for most of the summer, and then he played.
Are they now living in Dante Moore's mentions? Is that it? Did they all switch to being Moore's men?
It's either that, or they had to give the chair back that they were standing on so everyone could see them.
We're Oregon fans, so clearly we just get another quarterback every single year that looks like they're going to be good, and then we just kind of see how the season takes us.
I don't hate that discussion of should you not draft Dante Moore simply because Dylan Gabriel is booty cheeks. I don't hate it. Now, that being said, if you're a Gabriel guy, this is your moment. This is the game you should thump your chest on.
Well, this is the one you should feel like you have as good of a chance to succeed. But I sound like a broken record right now because I said the same thing before the Patriots game.
Yeah, I mean, that was a little different. They were actually a good football. They had a winning record. The Jets, I mean, but their
defense is not good.
Yeah, they stuffed Christian Gonzalez. I don't know why I'm defending the Patriots. The point is, this is arguably an even bigger layup than the Dolphins game, which was the easiest gimme of all gimmies. If you're a Gabriel guy, 216-474-0092.
I'd like to hear from
Nick
one of you.
Wilson says, at J. Peterlin on social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. This is your moment, King. All right? Whether you're 5'6" or 6'5", if you're a Gabriel guy, now's your moment. Flex them muscles, those itty-bitty muscles. Flex them right now, because this is the moment. You got to call your shot. I'm a guarantee Gary. All right, and
a guarantee Gabriel guy.
I put no. I don't guarantee. The only thing I guarantee about Dylan Gabriel
kind of what it sounds like to me. I don't know.
He's a short.
Never goes triple G.
He's a short king, and we appreciate short kings in this town. Thank you very much. I'm 6'4", by the way. However, All this being said, I'll guarantee it when I feel it in my loins. Don't happen to feel it with Dillon Gabriel this weekend. Not feeling Dillon Gabriel for 300 yards in my loins.
I don't know anyone that is.
What was that?
I don't know anyone that is.
If you're a Gabriel guy, you should feel it in your loins.
There are no Gabriel guys. They don't exist. I think people have just made them up. Like they're a character in a sci-fi movie that can just spawn from nothing. I think people have just made up being a Gabriel guy as if this is a real group of people that populate the Browns community. And I don't see it.
I think anytime you see somebody run down Shador, potentially a Gabriel guy. Right? They're not going to come out and be like, I'm a Dillon Gabriel guy and Shador stinks. They're gonna
I think there's Shador people. I think there's anti-Shador people. I don't think the anti-Shador people are Gabriel guys.
I think there's a Venn diagram of Shador?
No.
And Shador is in the middle, and then there's Shador haters, and there's Shador lovers, and then the middle is Gabriel guys.
No, because Gabriel guys understand that if Dillon Gabriel's awesome at this, then it doesn't really matter what happens with Shador Sanders. Like if Gabriel does his job, Shador never gets an opportunity.
That's why they're rooting for Dillon this weekend.
Shador is basically inconsequential to the Dillon Gabriel experience if you truly believe in Dillon Gabriel. But again, I ask you, who are these Dillon Gabriel guys?
Let me see.
I'm seeing them.
I'm seeing if anyone
anyone in the YouTube chat, will anyone proclaim to be a Gabriel guy? Out of all the people watching right now on YouTube, will anybody be a Gabriel guy?
All right, chat, we got to know, are you guys Gabriel guys?
Have you ever seen anyone not related to Dillon Gabriel have a Dillon Gabriel jersey?
No.
Haven't either.
But in fairness, I haven't gone down to the lakefront a lot this year.
I told you that I watch Zoe, his fiance's TikTok. There's times during the games when she's doing her little her cut-ups that makes me question whether or not she's a Dillon Gabriel guy even.
Well, I mean,
she's like, that was not a great game. It's like, well, at least you're honest.
Yeah, no, that's what he needs.
At least you're honest.
He's a short king. He needs honest feedback so he can be the best version of his tiny little self.
Your videos from the Sephora back room are very nice. I think she's a good TikTok follow, but even she is. And I can't even say an unquestionable Gabriel guy.
Yeah, well, if you put a ring on it, maybe she would all of a sudden be fully pro-Gabriel.
Maybe that's all it's missing. But who are these Gabriel guys?
Maybe she's motivating him.
Is that it?
Negging him?
Yeah, negging him. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You'd be a real quarterback if you were 6'2", like a legitimate 6'2".
It's a real short king move, by the way.
That is. That was
one of the tricks up their sleeve.
Yeah, that is true. And just bad men too. Just awful human beings.
You have the Nabisco Elves out there. I mean, what are we doing? Nobody's a Gabriel guy.
Ooh, Kings, Tigers, Browns. I wonder what he likes. Saying his school guys are his guy. So, if you played football, that's Gabriel guys. There's got to be a Browns fan that's a Gabriel guy. I think you can't tell me there's not one Browns fan out there who, when Dillon Gabriel was named the starting quarterback, he's got Kevin Stefanski on lock.
Haven't met one.
And look what he did at Oregon and UCF and Oklahoma. They're one step worse than the Cleveland Browns in terms of talent. Joke failed. But I'm going to get me that jersey. I guarantee you there's a Gabriel guy with a Gabriel jersey right now in this beautiful region of ours.
I think Ross Tucker might be the closest thing to a Gabriel guy that we have, and he was very adamant yesterday. He did not say anything about Gabriel being good. He called him not bad.
Oh, look, Alex saying he's a Gabriel gobbler. See?
A Gabriel gobbler?
Yeah.
That just sounded sexual now. I don't even know how I feel about that one.
Okay. This is a family program. This is a family program, Jonathan.
Chat, get it together.
Enjoy the bulge. However you identify is how you identify. I'm not going to judge you. If you want to be a Gabriel guy, a Gabriel gobbler, a Gabriel gobbledygook, I don't care. Whatever you want to be, just be it if you're supporting Dillon Gabriel, because this is the time. Your time has arrived, Gabriel gobblers. That's hard to say.
Speed has everything to do with it. I don't know, Nick. I don't know many people that are really, really clamoring to see the Dillon Gabriel experience continue on. It feels like if you are, you don't exist to me at this point because I haven't heard from you.
I think it's that you're so ensconced in the Shador community.
That's not it. We're here for 5 hours every day. Open phone lines. We have all sorts of phone calls that we take. Again, my mentions are as open gets. Who are you, Gabriel guys?
Well, but here's the thing.
Who are you?
Yeah, after the first 4 games, you're going to be quieter right now. This is why
they didn't exist before the first 4 games.
They absolutely did. The amount
Where?
of people calling for Dylan Gabriel when Joe Flacco was starting.
Not actually calling. Not 216-474-0092.
I mean, they were like going into their backyard and be like, "Start Dylan Gabriel."
Can you start Dylan?
Yeah, I mean, you don't put that. People remember that kind of stuff.
Imagine that type of lunatic neighbor. He's just sitting out there yelling what the Browns quarterback situation should be.
Honestly,
Start Shador.
One of my neighbors was shooting a gun at like 11 o'clock the other night. So
what?
I live in the country. Yeah. Yeah, my kid woke up and it scared her because it was relatively close. I think it was 2 houses over.
I have
just shooting a gun, just out there, I'm gonna shoot at things.
That's wild. That's unheard of.
It's not great.
It's so the
but
lawnmower.
I'll take the Gabriel Gobbler over.
The lawnmower that I bought has
Shooty McGee.
It's got a light on it, and you can barely hear it. Like the whole point of it is that you're supposed to be able to do it at dark. And I repeatedly tell my wife, like, no, it's past a certain amount of time, you can't go out there with certain things.
Yeah, you live in No-So.
Yeah, you can't.
There are rules in North Solon.
This is a society.
I live out yonder.
This isn't Nam. This is North Solon.
All right.
There are
is
rules.
It Wadsworth? Is it Seville? Is it River Styx? Is it Guilford? Who the hell knows? We just know you want to go shoot your gun at 11 o'clock at night. You can go shoot your gun.
Was
at
he
11
going
o'clock at night.
one shot at a time, or was he doing like a? Maybe
he was just a big listener, and he was watching us back on 92.3 The Fans YouTube, and he's like, "I'm gonna shoot my gun too." That's what I'm assuming. That's what he sounded like.
There's a lot that has to piss you off, and if you're like 11 o'clock, the only thing on my mind is I need to go out there and just shoot my gun.
Or maybe that's
you're not getting like target practice.
Okay, but what if that's the only time he had? You're not thinking about this clearly. Some people, the only time they have to go shoot their maybe he works.
You don't have a weekend at any point. You have 0 days off in the week.
Well, okay, it was the middle of the week. Maybe you didn't want to wait to the weekend.
I'm thinking something bad happened.
Sometimes you got to shoot your gun.
I'm thinking something bad happened.
Maybe there was a coyote out. I don't know.
think at 11 he just all of a sudden had a hankering to shoot his gun. I'm gonna think something bad happened.
This is why you're a suburban kid. You don't get it. All right, you're just going to have to chalk this up to much like Dylan
Gabriel.
in
Texas, and when I lived in Texas,
you lived in Houston. You lived in the city of Houston.
Yes, but you
didn't live out past the city limits.
The almost party trick that I would do is when people came to visit me in Houston, I would take them to the gun range.
Yeah, that's
because for like friends of mine that obviously are just city folk. When they came to Houston, it was like we're cosplaying as Texans almost. I would take them to the shooting range. We'd all go to the shoot. I took maybe like 10 different people to the shooting range.
Yep.
One, I low key liked the shooting range. Found that out in Houston.
Yeah.
But number two, it was always a fun thing that none of my friends had ever really done for the most part, except for my Missouri friends. I had a lot of Missouri friends that knew a lot about guns.
Yeah, I'm going to say right now that there's
shot an M1 Grand because of my Missouri friends
in Medina County that are listening to you talking about going to a gun range and being like, "Yeah, he's never been past North Solon before. He's never been out to the country, right?"
Out to the country.
Yeah, that's where I'm from. I'm Wadsworth, Lodi, Peninsula.
No, I'm not a country guy.
I'm a person of the land.
I'm a city guy.
Yeah, see?
Always have been, always will be.
I'm a little bit country, you're a little bit rock and roll, all right? That's why you can't understand a hillbilly neighbor shooting a gun at 11 o'clock at night, 2 houses down, scaring the crap out of your kids.
Where I'm from, in the south side of Chicago, if you hear a gunshot at 11 at night, something bad happened. Yeah. There's a reason why you got a gunshot at 11 o'clock at night. Something happened. There was a causal reason for this. They didn't just go out there shooting the gun to shoot the gun.
We shoot guns to shoot guns. We shoot guns because good things happen. We shoot guns because coyotes are out. We shoot guns because bad things happen. We shoot guns because it's 11 o'clock and we don't have anything better to do, or maybe the internet's out, right? There's a lot of reasons when you live in the country. By the way, Brian on Twitter saying he's a huge Gabriel guy, which might be... It's one of those things. It's like a thought on a thought.
A hat on a hat?
Yeah, a hat on a hat. I don't know. Oxymoron. That's actually what I was
looking at.
One of
those like Russian nesting dolls?
Yeah, it's like that. But the inner nesting doll is really tiny. 216-474-0092. If you're a Gabriel guy, now's your time.
All right, so we got Brian. Is that his name?
Oh, Brian on Twitter. Ooh.
Is it Brian with an R or Brian with an I?
Yeah, why does it matter?
Just for my own clarification.
Do you have a preference?
Yeah, oddly enough, I like the Y better than the I. I used to be always about Brian with an I, and now I like Brian with a Y. It's become more in vogue lately. I don't know why.
He's an I. Well, look at this. We got Ryan in Garfield Heights. Ryan, are you a loud and proud Gabriel guy?
Hell, no.
Okay. All right, then. It sounds like there's some wiggle room here. Are you sure?
No, I am definitely not. Few things. One, Brian's are Ryan's worst enemies because everybody makes them up. Second, my best friend just moved to Wadsworth from Washington. He grew up an Oregon Ducks diehard fan. he got a Gabriel Browns jersey in there. He texts me all the time that it's the Browns the Browns are screwing him up. He is a diehard Gabriel guy. He thought he was going to be our savior.
Look at that fellow Wadsworthian.
Yeah, well, he's not from here, but he's trying to become a Cleveland fan. He's in all the he works for Rydell.
Yeah. So the guy trying to become a Browns fan.
Yeah, he's trying, and he's miserable, so he gets to embrace it.
So that means he's a real Browns fan.
Yeah, he drinks a lot. And last thing, I have to, I agree with you. There's never a bad time to shoot guns. I know I said Garfield, that's because I'm working out here, but I live in Leroy, and Cavs, when they won in 16 and every freaking New Year's, it's midnight, you're shooting guns, ARs, whatever you got.
Yeah, look at that, Ryan. We appreciate you. All right. Now Colton and Cuyahoga Falls. I know you want to talk about the game on Sunday, but I just want to know: are you a Gabriel guy?
No, I'm a guy for whoever is winning his football games and playing competent quarterback play.
You'll just give it to anyone,
which
won't
is
you,
not
Colton?
Dylan. It's not Dylan.
Yep. Also, Jonathan, you're showing your stature where you're from, because you clearly have never had a good time and been from the sticks. I grew up in Cuyahoga Falls, but my mom grew up in Rittman, and so I've spent a lot of time out there in the country. So on my family's farms and stuff, like at night, when we have nothing better to do, we go out there with the guns looking for coyotes to shoot, or just go out there and do target practice at night.
Or here's the other thing.
It's kind of relaxing.
Here's the other thing. We used to have like roofing, like the big roofing tiles. We'd see if we could throw a knife through that.
So, but as a people,
you just never know.
As a
you gotta mix it
people,
up.
at 11 o'clock at night, if you hear gunfire because you're out in the sticks, you're just kind of like, yeah, I guess this happens.
I think you're like, oh, Randy's at it again. Good for him.
Randy's
Randy's
working through something good or bad. That's the point, though. Randy's working through something. There's something
good or
there.
Bad. He could be working through something good while shooting. He could be like, my girlfriend's pregnant.
I'll tell you what, I would never go up to Randy in that moment and be like, Randy, this is good shooting. It's a bad shooting. What do we have here, buddy?
Well, no, that's
what do we have?
Again, this is why you're not a man of the land. Because,
I'm not. I don't know why you guys are saying that like it's a negative thing. I'm not.
Because you can just go like, hey, Randy, how you doing? He's like, I'm shooting my gun for good reasons. They'd be like, cool. What are they?
It's always good to keep some practice on and keep the rust off.
Yeah, see? All right, you have a prediction for Sunday's game?
Yes, actually I do. I think it's going to be a 28-10 game with the Browns winning over the Jets, just because the Jets are in tank mode and they're going to make it look as hard as possible for them to win a game against us.
You're asking for quick predicts? No,
No. Colton,
I got a prediction
once
for the
this
game
happens, once it happens, no, it says
score there,
it says Colton, Cuyahoga
give me a score,
Falls,
give me a reason
prediction
why.
for Sunday's game.
Yeah, 216-474-192.
That's what I'm doing. I'm
Quick
trying
predicts.
to fulfill his call. We
Line
appreciate
it up,
you, Colton.
Line it
He's
up.
going to have that. Listen, he just wants to be pleased by a quarterback.
You meet another
All right?
fellow with the sticks, and all of a sudden you turn into Andy Baskin.
No, it said prediction for Sunday's game, and that's why I called. I wanted to make sure he got that in there. Right? But yeah, Colton's going to be. He's not now, but that's what everyone listening is one game away from becoming a Gabriel Gobbler. You're just one game away.
We got to retire that. Why did the YouTube, man? You killed us there. That's not. I can't.
No, it's so a Gabriel Gobbler is so much better than a Gabriel guy.
For weeks on end.
Are you satiated?
Now he can't be good.
Why?
If he's good, and I have to hear Gabriel Gobbler for a month,
Yeah.
I'm gonna lose it.
Why is there a
We won't be able
negative
to have any
connotation
conversations.
for a gobbler?
Yeah, I wonder.
Like if you put like a cake
wonder.
in front of me, I turn into a gobbler.
I hope somebody brings a succulent.
If you make me a really good steak, I'm going to gobble it up. Right? Good quarterback play. Who wouldn't gobble up good quarterback play?
My mouth gets me more in trouble
What do
than
you
anybody
gobble
else.
for?
I think I'm gonna say I want the C one. Is what I thought you were gonna do there.
What do you gobble for?
What do you gobble for? True. I don't gobble for anything, buddy. I'm
See?
not a gobbler.
Again, this goes back
I'm
to
not
being
a gobbler.
person
I'm
of the
not.
land.
I'm not a Gabriel gobbler. I'm not a gobbler.
Well,
We're not
I don't
any of it.
Okay, we've met a few. Brian with the I is a Gabriel Gobbler. The guy on Twitter who I've already lost it, he's a Gabriel Gobbler. But the reality is,
We got some Gabriel guzzlers.
you got to
coming in
be
the
a
chat now.
gobbler. You got to gobble for something.
I don't have to gobble for anything. In
Yes,
life.
it's life.
No.
Gobbling is the zest of life.
Yeah, I think Etsy sells a sign that says that exact word, that exact quote.
I think it might be
spicy, baby.
hanging.
Let's go.
It might be hanging right next to my Live, Laugh, Love sign.
That's what it is. Home is where the heart is.
That sign's in the living room. 216-474-0092. At Nick Wilson says, at J. Peterlin, are you a Gabriel Gobbler? No. I'm not going to get in trouble again for reading the headline here. Jeremy, real quick, Fort Worth. Are you a Gabriel Gobbler?
Give me your score.
No, not even close. He's glib and a smug and a petulant little teenager, and I don't like him. He doesn't fit the city. Anyway, your neighbor probably he could have been cleaning his guns. I live in Southwest Fort Worth, Texas, in the same town that Taylor Sheridan lives in. And every time I clean my gun, I go out and I put a round through it. So
yeah, but do you do it at 11 at night though? Is that 11 at night? Is like, forgot to clean my gun.
Time
today.
is a human construct, Jonathan.
Yeah,
forgot to clean my gun.
There's always an armadillo out there or a squirrel that deserves it.
Yeah.
So
yeah, especially you know those Texas squirrels are preachy as hell. Jeremy, we appreciate you.
I've watched Tin Cup enough to know.
We've got quick hits coming up at 2:40 today. We've got quarterback Deadpool coming up at 3:40 rather. Pete Futek at 4:20. We've got John Fanta, who definitely didn't blow us off for the Barstool guys, at 5:20. We've got Cash. Love it.
Hate it.
Coming up at 6:30 today. 216-474-0092. Are you going to gobble for Gabriel? Are you ready to shout it from the rooftops that this is Dylan Gabriel's moment? And when we come back, Wyatt Teller wants to attack. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
All day long. All day. All the time. At work.
923thefan.com and the Odyssey app.
Check it out.
I would think every play caller is going to have a different feel, a different spin on things. They're going to have things that they value, things that they want to get to. Kevin and I are not the same person, although, to your point, we have enough in our offense to make it look different in spots. We have enough depth in what we're asking those guys to do to make it look different. But I think some of the core principles continue on. We just have to do them at a higher level. I'm not going to put any labels on it. We want to go out there and play sound football, put our players in the right spots, and have success. Like, look, we got to score points. We got to stay on the offense. To sit here and say a bunch of stuff that it's going to look like, we want to maximize the guys we have. And that's looked different. First year I called plays at Notre Dame looks different than when I was at Alabama. It's just you're trying to maximize the guys you have on the roster.
That is the Browns' new play caller, Tommy Rees, who earlier today met with the media, as the coordinators tend to do on Thursday there. Not in that clip, but I've made this point. There's no disrespect to Kevin Stefanski. When I hear Tommy Rees talk, I do hear a future head coach, whether it's in college or the pros. I think if you listen to the full press conference today, you kind of hear that in Tommy Rees. Like, there's actually, it's equal parts. I'm not going to give you what you want, but I will say something.
Yeah, you can tell that he's been prepping himself, as he should. I mean, he's a hot name coordinator right now, and if things go well over the next few weeks, who knows what happens for Tommy.
So I think it's interesting to have the conversation about how different the offense is going to look on Sunday. And I said yesterday, like, the premise on changing play callers is the same thing as when you say we're going to change quarterbacks because we need a spark. Well, then you need to see the spark light a flame, right? Like, we saw a spark when Dylan Gabriel came in. The offense looked a little bit better, but you didn't win the game, and then the rest of the game, the rest of the games have kind of followed suit. This is another instance where, okay, you changed the play callers. If there isn't an uptick in performance, yeah, maybe that makes Kevin Stefanski look good, but in the end, it's like, okay, the point was to get a different perspective on this, and nothing has changed.
Well, and so that kind of goes into what Wyatt was talking about last night that we'll play here. The idea, though, that if nothing is actually changing from the plays that they're calling or how they're going about doing it, the only thing changing is just Tommy Rees is now the one making the decision on which one to call. It doesn't seem like they've done enough to really change this.
So, with that, here is Wyatt Teller from the Browns preview show last night talking about the change that he'd like to see on offense, and probably not just because of the whole play calling thing.
I don't want people to think that, if we have success or anything like that, it's not the same place. They're the same place, and they're probably going to be called the same way. It's just we have to execute. We have to do things the right way, and I feel that we've been right on the edge of doing that. We've had a couple good runs. Teams that are really good against the run, we've been running the ball well. So hopefully we can be multiple and versatile and attack a defense instead of a defense attacking us.
All right. So there's a lot there, despite being like a 20-second clip. I do think this is Wyatt maybe sticking up for Kevin Stefanski. I'm just like, hey, the reason why this hasn't worked out is it's because of us. It's not because of Coach Kevin. The problem is, by changing to Tommy Rees, Kevin himself is admitting in one way or another that he thinks it might be him.
Well, I mean, that's
playing, if he made the decision.
That's the assumption that I didn't want to play with there. Like, I have a hard time thinking that it was actually his call to do this, and then that goes into part of what we've talked about. I think he thinks he's really good at this. But like, yeah, if you're going with the same set of plays and you're going with the same set of everything, and then you're expecting something different, wouldn't that be foolish as well? Because Wyatt's basically telling you it's set up exactly the same. It's just on the players to execute. Well, spoiler alert: the players haven't executed once this season.
Yeah, I think Wyatt's trying to do the classy thing here. And again, I think he's trying to protect his head coach. I do think there can be a big difference between play callers. It's why when the Buffalo Bills fired Ken Dorsey halfway through the season and turned it over to Joe Brady, why you saw the Bills' offense get better. Like, in all due respect to Wyatt, who I'd like to finish his career here, we'd like Wyatt a lot on this show. We're very pro-Wyatt. these kind of changes happen all the time in the NFL, and they absolutely do work.
Well, and
it's not always a huge. It's damn near impossible to change your entire scheme in the middle of the season.
Well, so the other part of this, though, is how much of an imprint will Stefanski even have on this? I know yesterday he'd spoke about the idea he's still going to make some of the executive decisions. He's going to make some of the fourth down calls. He's going to make some of the really, do we go for it? Do we not go for it? Type of situational things, which he should. That's fine. But is it going to be more of a Tommy Rees, you go call your game, or is it going to be what Philadelphia does with Nick Sirianni? Nick Sirianni, in the very first bit of it, was doing all the play calling, and then he gave that up because he realized it was a little overwhelming for him. And then, as this thing has evolved in Philadelphia, and they've gone through a couple different coordinators, it's gotten to a spot where Nick Sirianni has said he goes and he'll call every other play. Some games he'll call 70% of the game. Some games he'll call 30% of the game. But it varies based off of what he feels, what he wants, and it's always a moving target. Is it going to be like that? Where in reality, Tommy Rees is the play caller, but Stefanski's actually going to be calling in certain games 30% of the plays, in certain games 50% of the plays?
Maybe. The funny thing is, I think just saying you've changed the play callers, like you're pointing at something I think is totally fair, which is how much is this really going to change? I'll also say though, like different play callers do have different personalities, right?
For sure.
And I think that's something you can tell. Like there have been points where Kevin's been more on the aggressive side than the conservative side.
And he still is, by the way, when it comes to like fourth downs.
But like when it comes to, here's what I want to see change. I want to see some sort of a early downs kind of situations. I want to see them lean into their identity. So like when Wyatt Teller says, we want to attack defenses, not be attacked. To me, that's a mentality thing. And I do think your play caller sets the mentality, just like the guy who does the game planning, so the other side of offensive coordinating. I do think those two things can form something. And listen, I know it's the most overstated thing in football. We need an identity. I know it's the most overstated thing in Cleveland, that the identity we want is to run the ball down your throat. In this case, it's the only identity you can choose that actually might work. You can't go into we're going to throw the ball all around the yard with Dylan Gabriel. You can't. You will lose more games than you should in that kind of an environment. So, like, my thing with Tommy Rees is, okay, maybe that there's not a holistic change here. But if Tommy Rees just remembers, we do one thing well, and that is run the ball, and I'm going to commit to that more, that will be ginormous change for this team.
Okay, but I want to see off that, though. Is he going to do it the way that Stefanski's always done it? And Stefanski became very predictable with the amount of carries he would give Nick Chubb. The limit was 20. And then with Quinshon, it's 25. But you could see as the games go on, he knows that number, and he never gets over that number. He knows that number, so he allocates it out as if it's like funds you have in a bank account to be able to spend on something. Mm-hmm. Like, I can only spend this amount, so I'm going to do it here, here, and here. And so like he doesn't pick the spots relative to when it would work. He picks the spots towards I can only use it so many times. I wonder if Tommy will change that up, if he'll have a different outlook on that.
Yeah, I mean, the tough thing here is I think you need to get Rocket Sanders up, who's more of a physical back. And if you're going to do that, it doesn't mean good things for Jerome Ford or Dylan Sampson. I would have just found any offer for Jerome Ford.
Yeah, we got a disgruntled Jerome Ford, by the way. Did you see that last night?
I saw him liking tweets.
Oh, my gosh.
Was that TikTok posts?
TikToks.
Yeah, TikTok posts about
hating your employment?
Yeah. Well, but like, okay, bye. Like, again, I'd like the compensatory pick for the 4th or 5th round pick that you spent on Jerome. But like, okay, if you're only going to give Quinshon 25 carries in a game, that's fine. Find another 10 for Rocket Sanders. And again, I'm saying that because they're both physical backs. The Browns need to reroute themselves, reestablish themselves in physicality. That's what I do think Tommy Rees can bring. And honestly, I think it's what Wyatt is calling for. We want reroute yourself in what we do. And the thing, listen, the pass pro from week to week, it is dependent on health, and it is dependent on how good that the pass rush you're facing is. You can't control that. You can control your attitude and leaning into the thing that this offensive line does at its best, which is move people around and knock the living hell out of them.
Well, and so maybe it'll be better if Tommy Rees doesn't have the same investment in Dylan Gabriel as Kevin Stefanski does. Whereas Stefanski, I think, was looking at these previous 4 games of let's get Dylan as good as we possibly can. Let's make sure that Dylan, you drop back 58 times in a game. I have no other evidence but to suggest that you were solely focused as if the whole game revolved around Dylan, and maybe Tommy will just have a different approach to it.
Wyatt Teller wants to attack defenses. You heard the sound we played of Wyatt Teller. You heard him say, hey, if we look good on Sunday, it's not just because we changed play callers. What do you take away from what Wyatt had to say? Mine is, I think he wants to hit people in the mouth, and it'd be nice if the Cleveland Browns committed to that. When we come back, a quarterback says the thing that I don't think helped him in the end, and it's the NFL. You kind of embarrassed yourself. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
going back to his time with the Orioles. No Thursday night plans? Well, you're in luck because it's 7 o'clock here on 92.3 The Fan. It's the Kevin Stefanski Show, followed by Westwood One's coverage of Thursday night football between the Broncos and the Raiders at 8. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Pete Futek coming up at 4:20. We'll talk college football playoff rankings. We didn't get to it yesterday. Jonathan, did you like them?
Yes.
There we got it. All right.
Yes.
You'll have more of that with Pete Futek.
Wad of red. Wad of red.
I don't know what that
Ohio
means.
State, Texas A&M,
Teams.
Alabama,
Utah,
Indiana. All teams with red. When they showed the graphic, it was all the teams in the top 4. It was a lot of red.
Yeah,
a lot of red in that graphic.
The college football selection committee going through their red period. Picasso can remember that as well. Yeah. He had the blue period. He had the. And didn't Hefner have like a blonde period and then there was a brunette period?
What do you know about Picasso's blue period?
He was blue.
He didn't turn into like the Blue Man Group.
No, but he was just a little sad. And he's like, I paint everything blue.
Is that what it was?
Yeah.
Oddly enough, his blue period lasted because people have timeline this stuff. 1901 to 1904. It's got like an extended amount of time for Picasso in that blue period.
And many people are saying is because Teddy Roosevelt was in office.
Well, then he started getting into the shades of blue and then blue-green, and that's where you really lost him, Picasso.
All right, Picasso, you're being ridiculous.
Yeah,
all right, you can have blue, you can have green. You try and ride the fence with blue-green, and no one's going to buy your paintings. You're going to die penniless. What happened? I thank you. Need I say more?
You really isolated that and figured that one out, didn't you?
What a jerk move. Every painter is going to starve for most of their life.
Yeah.
And then the second they die, everything they ever sold is going to be worth unmentioned money.
Well, not every painter. I mean, there's a lot of painters that stink at this, and then when they die, it just remains as if nothing happened.
But you don't know which one it is.
No, but
you don't go to the grave knowing like, oh, you just know people that bought my stuff are going to be millionaires soon.
So no, is that it though? Do they when they die, are they like someday everyone's going to get it? Do they die thinking that, or do they just die? Or they die thinking like, okay, I sucked at this, but it was my life's work.
I think the general idea is I lived doing this, and I died a failure.
Yeah, that stinks.
Yeah, it's not great. Would not recommend it. The quarterback Deadpool coming up in 1 hour's time. That'll be our orange period. That being said, let's get to quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world
Go, Angel!
to the sound bites you need to hear.
Hurry!
It's Quick Hits.
Vikings quarterback J.J. McCarthy already established as a bit of a weird knob. Well, his first 2 seasons in the NFL have been derailed by injuries, and McCarthy used that time away to develop an alter ego.
I call him 9. 9 comes out, and I got to understand, like, okay, he can't be at his peak performance throughout 3.5 hours. So how do I find little ways, on the sideline, get back to my breath, get back to my visualization that could kind of maintain that intense, competitive stamina throughout the whole game. But, yeah, it's just, the pure will, determination to get the job done.
Charming or Chotch, J.J. McCarthy's alter ego, which is just his number.
Chotch. So you hate the number thing when fans do it, and I understand that. I like it. It is what it is. But this was Mr. Unlimited vibes.
Yeah, it really was.
And he sounded like Russ a little bit in that moment.
It was very cringe.
Too Russell Wilson for me. That's never going to play. Awful. I'm selling all the J.J. McCarthy stock I ever had.
Yeah, this is why you need a friend. You need a friend when like everything's going well and you're on top of the world and you're the face of a national championship team and you've got the girl of your dreams and you get drafted and you're a top 12 pick, $40 million guaranteed in the door, right?
Yeah.
You need that friend that comes along and tells you, hey, that thing you want to do, that thing you're doing is dumb. You need that friend, and it's clear he doesn't have enough good friends.
I'm cool with sports alter egos if it's like Ron Mexico.
No.
Like where you needed it for just hotel purposes and you're just trying to, maybe get down in that way. But like for on the field use, you just seem lame.
No, the only way I'm cool if you have an alter ego is if you actually have a mental condition where you have multiple personalities. That you can't help. You can't fake that. You can't be like, oh, here comes 9. No. It's just Stu's here, and everybody's life is going to hell.
But like Ron Mexico was an okay thing.
Do you think he distinguishes it?
Because Ron Mexico, he was like, Vic's like, I'm not telling the girls my real name. This is not going down this way. I'm Ron Mexico.
Yeah, and
do you think JJ McCarthy's wife calls him 9 while they're in the bedroom, or is it on-field purposes only?
I don't think she calls him 9.
Oh, you don't think he's that big, huh?
No. Whoa, a family show.
That's not. No, I didn't mean that way. You took it the wrong way.
She calls him 7 1/4.
Charles Barkley has an end time for LeBron James. This courtesy of the Jim Rome Show. Here we go.
Father Time always gonna win. There's nothing you can do about it. You know, I joked on the show a couple of weeks ago. They said sciatica. They could have just wrote old. It's the exact same thing. All old people back hurt. I hope he leaves sooner than later, because I hate to see great players out there struggling.
And he's scoring 20 points a game. Well, I don't see the struggle here.
Well, I mean, he's not even playing right now, but like last year, he was 6th in MVP voting and averaged 25 points a game. Again, he's done nothing yet this year. So what's the issue? He's going to be back in like 3 weeks.
Also, didn't Charles average like 9 points a game in his last year in the NBA?
Well, so I wonder if that's what Charles is doing. Is like I made the mistake. I held on a little bit longer than I should have. I want everyone to learn from me. I think that was almost what he was.
Sweets too long.
I think that was almost what he was trying to get to there. But like, you don't get to call LeBron's end game. That's not how this works.
Actually, Charles was still averaging a double-double his final year.
What was it? What were the numbers?
It's 14.5 points per game and 10 rebounds per game. But I want to stress this. He was fat.
That's also not, relative to what peak Charles Barkley was.
That is true.
We dunk on him a lot just in general because he's like a cartoon character for us at this point. He really was a really good basketball player.
No, he was awesome.
Oh, he was great.
Yeah, and league MVP? Single-handedly put the Suns in the championship game or championship round for the first time in their existence. We love Charles. This is a dumb take. When LeBron goes out there and is averaging 14 points a game on a aging, decrepit Lakers team that wins like 20 games, then you got a point. We're not there yet. We played Browns guard Wyatt Teller, who was on the preview show last night on the University Hospital's Browns radio network, and he echoed, this is something we haven't played yet, this is when he echoed teammate David Njoku's joy at being in Cleveland after the trade deadline.
Yeah, I feel like my wife has been telling me the last 8 weeks there's been trade rumors. Thank God I'm still in Cleveland. I think yesterday around 4 p.m., my wife was like, Wyatt, we're good. She came into the room, we're good. And I was like, what? I wasn't even thinking about it. She was. So it's more stressful, obviously, because I have to pick up and go and stuff. Don't get me wrong, it's stressful on me, but at the end of the day, I'm gonna follow the path that is thrown at me, and if that's getting traded, that's getting traded. I don't want to get traded, and I'm happy I didn't. I'm happy I'm in Cleveland, and hopefully get a re-signing and be here for the rest of my career.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how strongly would you advise the Browns to commit long-term money to Wyatt Teller?
Like a 9, but that was not the I ain't leaving speech.
No. But it was still vibes
very much. No, it was very much. I'll go if they send me to go somewhere else. It just is. That's the job.
So you wanted Njoku vibes.
I wanted Njoku vibes.
You only get Njoku vibes from one guy, and that's Njoku.
Part of me is convinced Njoku's vibes were the way that they were because he just doesn't want to. He doesn't want to move.
It is a hassle.
He's got a house here. He's got roots here. Like it's just that's a pain. That is a pain. And so if Wyatt went down that road, I was like, oh boy, Wyatt just really likes his house. He likes his setup, doesn't he? He's very happy with the situation here in Cleveland.
After JJ McCarthy, I won't say the word 9 again. That was just wrong. I'll give it an 8. You know what? Bleep that. 10. You have no starting offensive lineman under contract next year. Wyatt's still a really good football player.
You can't sign Conklin. That has to be done. Batonio's going to retire, so that's out of the equation as well.
You don't need to bring back Ethan Posick.
I just don't think he's the guy you bring back. And so Wyatt's the obvious choice.
It's actually too bad we won't get a Luke Whippler second half run here. No offense to Ethan Posick, but Whippler's going to be here next year. Posick won't be. Be nice to see that kid play, see what he has. But sign Wyatt Teller, damn it.
Your guy, Zach Gelb, is standing firm on his Urban Meyer Penn State report.
10 toes down.
That's exactly right. Gelb said that Meyer had great interest in the Penn State job. And then what's interesting is when Urban replied back to this, he went on a podcast and had mentioned how he had met with some higher-up people around the Penn State job, et cetera, while also then easily dismissing Zach Gelb's entire existence, which was really funny to me also. But then Zach has responded back and be like, this is it. Is there a likelihood that Zach is right, that Urban showed interest in the Penn State job, and Penn State was, in fact, the people to say, no, we don't want you to be our head coach.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't the first time that Urban has sniffed around a job, and Urban has publicly said one thing, and he's done things privately another way, which is
a lot of the time
seems to be par for the course for him.
He even did it with the Ohio State job.
Yeah, so like
he denied it, and then like 4 days later got hired.
Honestly, I thought what Urban did, and by the way, whoever the hosts are, who's the host of the Triple Option podcast? Who are those sycophants? Those guys were like cheering on Urban to be like, yeah, who is this guy? And it's like, you host a podcast called the Triple Option Podcast, which I'm hearing about now for the first time.
Now I need to find out their names just so that they can know that you spoke about him this way.
They just came off as total chachas and fanboys of Urban Meyer.
Rob Stone and Mark Ingram.
Great guys.
Rob Stone used to be the voice of PBA, professional bowling.
Used to be.
Until Fanta took over, and then Fanta left now. Fanta's not, he's not doing that anymore.
Corrected him.
The bowling community didn't like Fanta. It was tough. Every community loves Fanta. The bowling community did not like Fanta.
This man has joy in his life.
I don't know.
He must not be here.
It never made sense to me because I don't know anybody that doesn't like Fanta. The bowling community just did not vibe with that. But they didn't vibe with Rob Stone in a extreme way either. Mark Ingram, though. Mark Ingram, Rob Stone.
Yeah, so here's the thing, though. You can shoot it down. You can shoot down the rumor without then taking a run at Zach, which I just like. Urban occasionally just has real classless moments. You can think of another one. However, I thought, and by the way, I think Urban did this because he doesn't want people to know that he really wanted that job, and they turned him down. I think Urban likes this mythology of I'm not working ever again. But if the right school showed up and rolled out the red carpet, I think he'd take a job in a heartbeat.
It's very believable. Didn't he? He also had a couple years ago. Remember when Harbaugh was getting ready to leave Michigan, and there was the rumor that he was floated around there, and people saw him in Ann Arbor eating and different things. This is just classic Urban.
Yep.
In many ways, it's classic Urban. Now, will he ever get a job again, though?
I don't know, because if he can't answer anything about NIL, who's going to hire him? Like, what was his NIL? We don't need NIL. Did he go full Dabo? Like, how do you upset? How are you like, or did he go too far? Was he like, I need a $70 million war chest? Like, and by the way, I also need to own the souls of your firstborn children.
I hope it's that way.
What it was?
Yeah, I hope it's that way. Yeah.
Feels about right. Paul Pierce's podcast, Truth After Dark. Sure is something. Here is Paul Pierce giving relationship advice.
You really want to know if a girl loves you, you need to go out and cheat on her. Let's see.
What?
If you really want to know if a girl love you for real, go cheat on her and see how she reacts. Now we're going to see what's real. I'm just saying.
Okay, awful advice.
I don't know. Tell me.
Rate the advice, 1 to 10.
A 0. But I want to listen to the podcast now. I want more Paul Pierce thoughts.
So you heard that and thought I need more?
I'd like to hear more what he has to say. If that's what the podcast is, I want to hear more of the podcast. Yes, I do. Awful advice. That was some of the worst advice you could ever give somebody.
Hey, what's worse, Paul Pierce's life advice or Paul Pierce's basketball analysis?
Yeah, you just got a lot of shots today, don't you? I don't know
there's
why
a reason why it's Truth After Dark.
It's not any special day or anything like this.
There's a reason it's not Paul Pierce on ESPN.
All right, so let's break down his analysis really quick. So is the thought process that if you cheat on her and then she stays with you,
she's devastated.
That just means there's a commitment to you that it doesn't matter what you do, she'll stay with you. Ergo, she is somebody that is ride or die.
Oh, I was thinking
that was my synopsis.
If you cheat on her and then are like, hey, I cheated on you, and she just cries for weeks, you know she really loves you.
Like,
and that's a keeper.
Because if she cheats on you,
could be both.
If you cheat on her and then she leaves, does that show too strong of a woman for Paul Pierce? Is that what that is?
Yeah, I think he wants a doormat.
Like he wants like somebody that just is basically mentally broken down and you can just walk over.
Yeah,
because that would be the idea.
Well, Paul's a little mentally broken down after years of getting his ass kicked by LeBron. Makes sense. Doormat meet doormat.
Yeah, bad analysis. But I'd listen.
It wasn't good.
I'd listen. Everyone's got a podcast these days.
Joy Taylor's got one.
We need to start making that podcast equipment a little bit more expensive, don't we? We need to start raising those prices.
No, the problem is now every actor in Hollywood has one.
Too cheap and affordable.
Like every old athlete has one. And the problem is, like, half the people don't like talk about things they don't like. Okay, I know that this can happen in sports talk. You can have a podcast about the Cleveland Browns. Can you watch the Cleveland Browns? Maybe watch them on Sundays. Maybe watch other games around. There's a certain amount of football I have to watch to be able to talk about football as much as I do. If you're hosting a 1-hour podcast, you should also probably watch that amount of football.
You'd think so.
I'm not talking about anybody specifically. Certainly. Could be anyone. But the problem is, take that same thing.
I genuinely don't know who you're talking about.
Neither do I.
I don't know who you're talking about.
But that's the same damn thing for actors. Every actor has a podcast. It's like, you were an Uncle Buck 30 years ago. Why are you talking? Ooh, that did not sound great. That did not. You know what? I love all your podcasts. Donovan Mitchell trolling the trolls and dominated in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey guys, Nick Wilson here for my friends at Blue Chew. Blue Chew isn't just a tablet, it's a cheat code for your hang.
Blackhawks fell in their first cup match against the Raptors last week. The Kevin Stefanski Show, back tonight at 7 o'clock. You can catch the Coach's Show immediately following Afternoon Drive right here on the radio home of the Browns, 92.3 The Fan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith King.
Want to talk Cavs at 6 a.m.? There's only one place to go. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. It's a 3 o'clock hour.
I'm not wavering. I might be wavering.
On Afternoon Drive.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m. and Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and myself, Jonathan Peterlin, 2 to 7, live each and every weekday on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free to watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. We do have Pete Futek coming up in just about an hour and a half at 4:20. Talk the big college football news. We do have updates to the quarterback Deadpool coming up in 40 minutes. Who might be on the case of who the Browns are going to draft in April? Who might be the team holding the number one pick? Are they the same person? We'll get to that in about 40 minutes, but big night for Donovan Mitchell last night. I want to make sure, was it okay that he took over the game like that and scored 40-plus points? I just want to know.
Yeah.
I just never know. And then I also heard, well, Evan, he didn't have 40 points last night. I was like, I think he had 20 points by halftime. Isn't that good? Was that not good? I just never know. And by the way, all the Jared Allen stuff,
that's
like
the one
Jared
I
Allen is a B. It was like, didn't he have 24 points and 10 boards last night?
Jared Allen was awesome last night. He was 24 and 10. Honestly, I feel like that's the part that Darius being back in the lineup benefits the most. Is it makes it seamless for Jared. I don't know why. It might sound dumb when I say it, but I just believe it to be true. When Jared Allen plays like that, that's the best version of the Cavs. It shouldn't be Jared Allen dependent. It's not. But like when you get that version of Jared Allen, that's a true all-star type level play last night.
I mean, we talk about this. I know yesterday when we talked about the Dylan Gabriel Shedeur stuff, Ross made the point, if the Browns didn't have Shedeur as the backup quarterback, would you really be that much of a malcontent about Dylan Gabriel's play? And now our responses were, yes, he's not very good. But I think the shame of having Jared and Evan is that people are always going to use one to knock the other. And usually it is, well, Jared's presence is somehow making Evan worse, which may or may not be true or might only have some semblance of truth. But certainly the other way goes to Jared Allen. I mean, you mentioned 24 and 10. And Evan had apparently the quietest 23-point performance in NBA history last night.
Was that the takeaway? He only shot 5 threes. He's really he's putting the stop sign on himself.
But with Donovan, I do want to get back to Donovan because I was just griping about things that have annoyed me early in the Cavs because I just want to be a good vibe guy, right? The Cavs are going to be good. The Cavs are going to be fine.
Last night was a good vibe game.
Whether they're the 1 seed, the 3 seed, I don't give a rip right at this moment. I want them to get healthy, and I want to have games like last night where it was just like, I mean, Jalen Tyson was really good. Darius was pretty decent for that first game back in, I think, 26 minutes. Like, that was just a good vibe game. And it's so funny that Kenny Atkinson, we'll play that audio in the segment, ripped him because it was like, oh, that's the kind of game. Like when you lose, Kenny Atkinson says, well, we're not concerned about wins and losses. And when you're winning, but you're not winning by enough, here's what Kenny Atkinson says after the game.
I ripped them at halftime because I think that second quarter, we just completely kind of lost mental focus. Our activity went way down, defensive activity. I mean, ripped them as much as you can rip anybody in the NBA, I mean, but, there was just, it was like, first quarter, we were all over the place. Second quarter, we relaxed.
I like so much of what he just said.
Yeah.
Like, this is like when we talk about head coaches that say nothing and how annoying it is and how not standing for something. That's how you can go ahead and give an honest assessment of what happened without embarrassing anyone.
Yeah, and it's acknowledging, too, in the NBA. I mean, really, all these pro league, you can only go so far. And he's like, I walked right up to that line. I went about as far as you possibly can go. It's just, I mean, we can say the obvious. And I said this last week, and I think it's true. It's funny how it's caught steam. Like, more and more people are waking up like, oh, a head coach in the city can actually speak that way, and it's all right. Yeah. It's boomeranged right back on Stefanski in such an interesting way. Like, I tune into Atkinson post-game shows every game now. Like it's a must watch because he not only teaches you, but then he also tells you what's exactly going through his mind at any given point.
Well, and I think what matters is the culture of the sport, right? Kenny Atkinson in a sport where it's, hey, superstars and all that stuff, he's comfortable in his own skin to say some semblance of truth. It doesn't have to be the unbridled truth. It just kind of has to rhyme with the truth. If you rhyme with the truth, most people will go, oh, thank you for that. We get a window into, because again, by the way, all he's doing is everything I've heard good coaches do. When your team is down, you don't kick him. You lift them up and say, hey, we're just trying to work on stuff. We'll figure it out. And then when they're on their high horse, you bust them down a peg. Like it's none of this is like earth shattering, but like at least in baseball, when Vogt doesn't say anything, I go, well, that's baseball. Right? Like baseball has always been a keep it in the clubhouse type sport.
Baseball is also tough too because those guys, it's 162 games and they really do speak every single day.
Yes.
And there's so many different nuances within the game that there's enough that they can discuss in any game as well. Like it's different.
Well, but my point is, like, that's a cultural thing in baseball. By the way, I don't think it's good for baseball. I think you should have more personalities. I think that's good for the drama side of things, and I think drama is what sells sports in America. But like you go to the NBA, players are feeding the drama. And you go in the NFL, players say stuff all the time. Hell, Wyatt didn't come out and bash anyone with a whole play calling thing. But he did tell you exactly what he wants. I want to attack people. I'm sick of being attacked. It's a very honest assessment. Now you got to read through the lines a little bit, and you might take it differently than I do, but that's saying something. And in a very, very macho sport with Stefanski, like when you just come out and you give milquetoast answers. I'm not saying that the Philly in him doesn't come out occasionally behind the scenes, but the perception is you're a pushover.
Yeah,
well, and that's the worst. Like in macho sport, like football, it's the worst thing. It's the worst. Same in the NBA, it's the worst thing you can have.
Well, it also has us not trust you ever either. Is the other side of this? Yeah. Like I've grown to trust Atkinson in just hearing his post game press conferences because not only is the first one to when I feel like you're the first one to dog the team before I'm even going to dog the team on certain things. I'm like, all right, when you're spitting me something, then I'm going to believe it, and because of that, then you're probably going to get more leeway in the future. Like it gives you a longer leash than you'd think.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't mean to turn this into where we're going, but I'll tell you this. Like, do you want to know why there's 75 million different conspiracies on Shedeur, even the latest injury? Because they don't tell you anything.
Right.
And I get that they get super...
They're just so cagey about the injuries all the time.
Well, the injuries thing I understand because they've been burned by it. The Baker stuff blew up in their face.
But even like Mike Hall. I mean, Mike Hall, it took us how long to figure out that something was wrong with him?
That's just what bad roster management because they did that last year. I can't remember who... It wasn't Mike Hall Jr. They had somebody start the season. Maybe it was Jed. But they had somebody start the season on the active roster, and then they missed the first 4 weeks of the season. That's just dumb. So, but I understand the caginess with that. But like, if people trust you in everything other than injuries, right? Hey, how'd you play? Well, yeah, that was bad, and here's why it was bad, and here's what we need to do differently, and say it in a literal matter-of-fact way instead of everything being cloak and dagger. Yeah, they'll trust you on the injury thing too. Like, it's no coincidence. Like, in the one way that this is the worst team for Shedeur to go to is they don't tell anyone. They don't put anything out that doesn't benefit them in some way or make them look good in some sort of way.
Yeah.
At which point everybody goes, oh, this is state-run media. I don't trust anything. So if you don't stand for something, you stand for nothing, and that's a bad place to be in when you're a 2-win team.
When my default reaction to anything that Stefanski says is just believe the opposite, and I'm proven right more than wrong, and I consistently looking at it through that viewpoint and that lens, like that's a bad thing. But with Atkinson, I don't have that. With Atkinson, I'm genuinely, he's giving you reasons, he's giving you thoughts, he's giving you opinions. He is, in many ways, admonishing his own team in the process. Like, it's just refreshing and it's different, and I like this.
Yeah, I mean, it's the leader of men thing. Like, I understand that it is a double-edged sword, that something you say in the media, if it's misconstrued or taken the wrong way, I understand it can double back on you. But if you're a good communicator, you can solve that. Like, when I say leader of men, I've seen leader of men who never raise their voice. Jim Tressel, now he raised his voice a little bit. But if you talk to Jim Tressel, he's just a great communicator, and he's very honest. Like, that was such a core, that wholesome honesty that he has, that's a leader of men. Ron Rivera scared the crap out of me. The dude is a former NFL linebacker, and he is as serious as a heart attack. but he's an incredible communicator that delivers direct thoughts. And the time where I've criticized Ron and Charlotte was when the guy was double talking, when it just didn't make any friggin' sense, when he lost kind of his own messaging. Mike Vrabel has mentioned he'll cut himself off at a very specific spot to win a Super Bowl. But if you look at it, yeah, he's more of a red face, gets more red faced, more of a yeller than most people. But he's also an incredible communicator. And I think you have to trust yourself to communicate your message. And that doesn't have to be throwing guys under the bus, but it can be if you're actually upfront and honest with them. You have to be able to trust yourself to deliver the message, and you have to be able to trust them as well.
Well, and because it was so honest and it was so forthright, we've all kind of even just glossed past the idea that this is him celebrating what is a coaching win here too.
Yeah,
like him telling you guys that they got lackadaisical. They weren't paying enough attention. We fell into some of the laziness that we got into last year when you had a lead, and then I yelled at him, and then we got out of there in the third quarter, and we outscored Philadelphia by 17 in that third, and everything got right. Like that is us telling you what you do, what your job is, and you're doing a good job at it.
Yeah, and again, it just comes down to it is a way of leading that isn't throwing anybody under the bus, but it is because I'll be honest with you, I think what Kenny Atkinson said yesterday, there's the media reason why you and I like this, right?
Yeah.
There is. It helps us do our job. It helps us give us something to understand where the team is. As a fan, guys, I never got mad at a coach. Now, if it's reckless or if it's mean or if it's whatever, you're going to have different opinions on it. But mostly, if a coach went out and said what he thought, and he did it in a very again, trusting himself to convey a message that needs to be, if it rhymes with the truth, fans love that crap. And you don't have to do it in baseball. I think you have to do it in the NBA, and I think it's why JB really kind of lost the plot for fans at the end. And it's why I think Kevin, right now, guys, it's not about the 5 wins, why so many people lost trust in this town. It's too many times when you've went for answers to Kevin, it's been bupkis. It's been nothing. It's been nothing of substance. And certainly nothing you can relate to. So if I can't trust you, if I can't relate to you...
Well, it became predictable. And predictably boring, too, on top of it.
And it feels like you're playing a game that has more to do with you and the media than it does you and the fans and being a conduit for the organization. You better have some wins in your pocket if you're going to do that stuff, because this is what happens when you win 5 games in a year and a half.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like Kevin just cared a little bit too much about what everyone thought about him in general, and that from a national perception. And Atkinson just doesn't have that. He doesn't appear to be that.
216-474-0092. Here is the question we're going to throw out to you guys. What is Kenny Atkinson? When you hear that, is that what you want to hear from Kevin Stefanski? We'll get to Donovan Mitchell trolling a troll later in the show, but Joe Flacco is changing perspectives for the better and the worse all across the NFL. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey,
participants who made the correct first or last TD pick. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tune in Thursday nights at 7 to hear from the Browns head coach himself.
On play calling, I'm going to have Tommy call the plays on offense.
The Kevin Stefanski Show, Thursday night at 7.
Your home for Browns football, 92.3 The Fan.
The QB Deadpool coming up in 20 minutes. Nick and JP back with you. Just playing a little game here, but mostly because this is the kind of game that JP and I would very much enjoy. Although I set it up in the most confusing way ever, saying, can you give me 5 of the top 12 career earnings for quarterbacks?
Yeah, I thought you meant average yearly salary,
No.
the ones that are making 50+ million a year.
And this doesn't include future money. So it only includes through today, through this season.
Okay.
So you mentioned Mahomes.
Well, so off the rip, then it's got to be. I would think Mahomes, Josh Allen, and Lamar would all be in that list. Although Lamar recently just got paid that big amount, but he's still there.
Yeah, he's 12th.
Yeah, I mean that's again. You're on the end spectrum of that for sure. And then is Joe Burrow on that list? Did he crack that list yet or no?
Let me see. This is very hard. No.
Okay,
No, he's 13th.
I didn't think so. Matthew Stafford's definitely on that list.
Yep.
Jared Goff's on that list.
Uh-huh.
Kirk Cousins is on that list.
Uh-huh.
Aaron Rodgers is on that list.
Uh-huh. You're like the Rain Man. He's like even looking off into a distance. You're like focusing a superpower.
Dak Prescott's on that list.
Uh-huh. There's one name I guarantee you will not get. Because when I saw it, I was like, this is not like the others. This one thing does not belong on this list.
See, now I'm trying to think a little more outside the box then.
Yeah. There's only 2 that I think you might not get. I think everything you've said makes a hell of a lot of sense, but I think there's 2 guys.
Yeah, because the newly paid guys aren't going to be there then, right? So, like, Tua's not there, Jordan Love's not there, Trevor Lawrence isn't there, Justin Herbert's not there. Like, they all just recently got paid,
Yes.
so they're not going to be in this group. We're looking for more, like, second contract type people and people that have been around the NFL
third,
for a while.
4th, whatever.
Yeah, well, anyone that's older of substance. Flacco's on that list because Flacco's been around long enough now.
That was one of the 12 I thought you might not get. Yeah, he's 9th. He's made $180 million on the books. We don't know about anything off the books. Maybe a deal with Steve Ballmer's, satellite company, something like that. But yeah, 190. All right, the other one I guarantee you. Don't Google.
I'm not Googling. I want to look at the teams just to remind me, so I don't have to go bat around and do it. Because I can go team by team and quarterback by quarterback, and I could be able to do this. It's just whether or not we can get there from that perspective. Because I'm looking now. All right. Texans, for instance, isn't it? That's not it. It is. Daniel Jones might be on that list because Daniel Jones made a lot of money with the Giants.
Nope. Can I tell you this? I'll give you the number because I was surprised that this was top 12.
Okay.
$151 million career earnings.
Oh, Baker Mayfield.
No.
Oh, because Baker had the $100 million deal with the Bucks, and then because how is he not on the list? He made a $100 million deal there, and he made at least $50 million.
Baker's only made 2 today. Baker's only made $87 million.
Oh, that's surprising.
Wait.
That doesn't make sense to me.
It says through the 2024 season. I'm now a little frustrated.
All right. Yeah, all right.
That's on me, dog.
That's okay.
Wait. Let me update this through 2025. That's on the website. All right?
Yeah.
All right. Baker's still not. God bless it. Now I got to go back to quarterbacks. All right, screw this.
That's okay.
Jimmy Garoppolo through 2024 made $151 million. That would have been 11th all time.
Well, he kept making those $25 million a year deals. You make them long enough, I guess that is what it is.
And by the way, all the while dating adult entertainers, he's had a good life. Now he's just the backup in L.A. They don't really ask anything of him. Just be good looking and live in L.A. Making $3 million a year. That's the life. Now, speaking of Joe Flacco and a butt ton of money being made, you have a theory that Joe Flacco, or not a theory, Joe Flacco is changing your perspective on someone in the NFL.
Yeah, I think it's an okay thing to now wonder whether Joe Burrow is as good as Joe Burrow's always been. I don't know why Joe Flacco. I know why Joe Flacco is the one to do this to me. But I think it's an all right thought if you, as a sports fan, think less of Joe Burrow based off of what you've seen with Joe Flacco. It's the wide receivers. It's Higgins. It's Chase. And yeah, there's a lot of what's happening right now that makes it all right to assume that there's more than just Higgins and Chase that's happening. Because I've made that case in previous weeks. There is more. But if you're consistently putting up 40 points a game, like I think it's okay to question whether or not Joe Burrow really is as great of a quarterback as we think he is.
Well, welcome to my side. No, I think Joe's a very good quarterback. I just think, like...
I think I needed to see somebody else go through what the Bengals had because the offensive line stinks, okay?
Yeah,
and so he's been able to do that with the idea that the offensive line stinks. And so I've always credited him for that while then just kind of sitting there and being like, well, all right, we know Chase is great and we know Higgins is great, but is Higgins really that? Yeah, no, they're both that good.
Yeah, so what I think matters here is I don't think this is the only perspective that's changing. I think Joe going to Cincinnati and immediately balling out hurts Kevin Stefanski's perspective. We talked about that yesterday.
Sure. Yeah, for sure.
People talking about giving up the play calling and how, Albert was like, I really got to think about this one. Ross Tucker, I really got to think about this. This is curious. I also think it should change the perspective on Zach Taylor. Like, Zach Taylor...
Oh, he means he's going to bump up?
Yeah, absolutely. And listen, I think he's Mike McCarthy. I think if you give him a quarterback that fits what he wants to do, like Dak Prescott in Dallas and like Aaron Rodgers in Green Bay, I think he's going to win you a lot of games. He might not win you Super Bowls, but it's funny. Like I think that's what's most annoying to me is Zach Taylor's doing this with 40-some-year-old Joe Flacco, and Jamar Chase is getting the credit, not the head coach, who's also the offensive coordinator, right?
Mm-hmm.
Again, I don't think he's a top 5 head coach. I think that's what we're dealing with.
That's an interesting glow up, though, and something that I wonder if Cincinnati radio would acknowledge. The idea that Zach Taylor needs a little bit more respect, because I doubt they will.
No, it's not enough sample size. And by the way, they're also not winning, in fairness.
They would also laugh at the idea of what I'm suggesting with Joe Burrow, but I can only tell you how I feel. And how I feel right now is I used to think he was a top 4 quarterback in the sport, and now I think it's okay to put him maybe closer to, I don't know, somewhere in the top 10, but closer to maybe 9 or 10 than definitely 3 or 4.
I mean, I think
that's what this has done for me.
Listen, I was the guy that put Jalen Hurts over Joe Burrow in my quarterback rankings this last year, and I did it for a reason. Like, Jalen just continues to win, and Jalen doesn't care about the stats. He doesn't. And if he did, I think he could be a top 5 statistical quarterback. And by the way, I think his team would be worse for it. But instead, he chooses to win 13 games a year. And all right, do you need me to rush for 800 yards this year? Okay, I'll do that. Oh, am I the short yardage guy now? Am I the goal line back right now? Because he's done that too.
Mm-hmm.
But specific to Joe, it's like you've got to ding him for the injuries. Because we do that.
For sure you have to.
By the way, we did it for a lesser quarterback in Jimmy Garoppolo, another guy we mentioned. It wasn't just that he was just okay as a quarterback. It was the injuries that hurt him in a lot of people's eyes. And you got to ding him for the fact of he's incredibly talented. And what I like about Joe is, both Joes actually, is that they have that ice in the vein thing.
Oh, yeah.
I think Joe does have that useful psychopath thing to him, Joe Burrow, that is. But
I mean, I told you before. I did this interview with basically this guy that had talked to Joe Burrow's high school coach, and that was the takeaway that the high school coach had told him is that he is, if he wasn't a quarterback in the NFL, he'd be a serial killer.
Yes,
like that's his demeanor. His demeanor is of that.
So I like that. I wish we had a little bit of that, right? But it's not that he's overrated. It's just okay. No. It's not that he's not a top 10 quarterback or he's not this or that, or like my perspective really hasn't changed with Joe Burrow. It's just I think it puts into context that you'd probably almost throw for 5,000 yards too if your defense was as bad as the Bengals defense is.
It just gives you a lot of opportunities too, but it's not that. Maybe I just got hung up with the idea that he went to the Super Bowl as early as he did, and it seemed like he was bypassing everyone as far as hitting the steps that you would to be and maintain being a top 4 in this sport. But Nick, everywhere he's been in his life, the only time we ever saw him really thrive was at LSU in college before the NFL, the season where he threw 50 touchdown passes and obviously was the Heisman winner, everything. And that was Justin Jefferson, that was Jamar Chase, that was Clyde Edwards-Helaire as your running back. Like, that's talent among talent. And I think what I'm getting to is the idea that I think Burrow might be a quarterback that if you have the talent around him, he can do it great. If you don't have the talent around him, I think he just becomes just a guy.
I still think he's a top 5 quarterback. I just don't think he's as good as Mahomes.
I just don't know. Like, Mahomes can do it with just about anybody, though. And Mahomes seems like he takes anybody and makes them good. If we took Jamar Chase off of this Bengals team and said, Joe Burrow, we'll give you a little bit better of an offensive line, but go in with T. Higgins as your wide receiver, is he doing anything? Because I can make an argument that for the past couple years, he wasn't even doing the winning portion of this while having 2 premier wide receivers.
216-474-0092. Joe Flacco is putting up ridiculous stats. While playing for the Bengals, has Joe Flacco changed your perspective of Joe Burrow? The reason why I'm happy to hear it is, I didn't care that I got flack about it, but this offseason, like the group think around the NFL, which is, no, it's Mahomes and Burrow, and you can rank them. If you want to throw Lamar in there, that's fine. But it's got to, sure, it can start with Mahomes, but Burrow's got to be in there with Lamar, and he's got to be in there with Josh Allen. And it's like, no, he doesn't. He hasn't stayed healthy. He's put up numbers on 500 teams. Kind of like the Kevin thing. I'm not happy that Kevin could be on his way out, unless you ask certain reporters, but I'm not happy that Kevin could be on his way out because I think he's a fine human being. But am I happy that the perspective is no longer 2-time coach of the year every time you try and have a real conversation? Yes. Same thing with Joe.
Yeah.
Like, it's not, like what you're saying is reasonable. You're not knocking this guy off the pedestal entirely. You're just saying, well, that stratosphere that he was in.
I'm just saying Joe Flacco's made me think and question some things.
And by the way, he should.
That's all.
Like, even, and by the way, because we had somebody on the YouTube chat said this as well. It's not like Jake Browning didn't have a couple games where he put up numbers too.
Last year in particular, yeah. I mean, he won a lot of games for the Bengals up until he started throwing a bunch of interceptions. The problem with Jake Browning is he just started turning the ball over at a prolific rate. But that was this year. That was not in years past.
And by the way, that could still happen with Joe Flacco.
For sure.
But for a short term, I'll still go back to it, though. My biggest glow up from Joe Flacco's success, and again, he's got to win a couple more games because they what are they, 3-6 now? I think it's got to be Zach Taylor.
You know, Zach Taylor should, but you see how late everyone is to this now, or how premature, I guess, we are to this conversation.
Yeah.
Because this is not the predominant thought. I need to make that abundantly clear to people out there thinking like, oh yeah, everyone's turned on Joe Burrow. Nobody has yet. That's the startling part to myself. Like, I have this thought, and I'm thinking it, and I'm wondering if other people are thinking it as well when you're watching Joe Flacco play, and maybe they're just not voicing it. Maybe we're just not ready to voice it. Maybe people are waiting for Flacco to come back down to earth, and then we can be like, oh, you idiot. That's why we don't make comments like that. I'm not sure. I can only tell you how I feel.
I'll also tell you, though, I'll tie it back in with the Kevin Stefanski thing. I think Kevin Stefanski's he's got this kind of this grace period because he's coaching the Cleveland Browns, right? Like when we've had Ross on and we've been like, man, it'd be really nice to win more than 5 games in the last year and a half, and he goes, well, yeah, but look what he's done with the Cleveland Browns.
Well, that is part of the hype of Burrow.
You're not grading him on what does this look like in the average NFL market. You're like, well, playoff win and 2 playoff wins, or 2 playoff appearances in 6 years in Cleveland. That's like Jimmy Johnson winning 3 Super Bowls in Dallas.
Right.
The same thing's going on with Joe Burrow, by the way.
No, it has to be.
Because people don't respect
the
Zach
Bengals
Taylor
to the Super Bowl. I mean, come on.
And nobody respects Mike Brown or Katie Blackburn either.
Yeah.
So I think that's a huge part of
it's a poverty
the system.
franchise, and you're taking them in places they have not gone.
And so it's interesting. Like, can your perception get Wally pipped by just not being healthy enough to play, and then a ancient quarterback going out there and looking really good too?
For me, it's starting to, and I think it's going to be a real problem for Joe Burrow if Joe Flacco continues to put up big time numbers from that perception standpoint. I would not be the only person sitting here being like, "Is this? Did we do this right with Joe Burrow now? Did we reevaluate some things?"
All I hear is Nick Wilson was right. 216-474-0092.
If that's your takeaway on it, then okay.
I was wrong. That's my
You were, as usual. I say this about Nick all the time. You were premature, my friend.
It happens. It happens to the best of us. I've heard it happens to a lot of sports talk shows.
Are you satiated?
Has Joe Flacco changed your perception of Joe Burrow, the quarterback Deadpool, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan?
Looking for some easy ways to save energy this winter?
Wait, what?
Caulk and weather strip air leaks to keep heat in.
Oh, I can do.
auto rate. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
There's only one place for a full recap of practice in Berea. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. 92.3 The Fan.
Mac just about unalived himself.
What I missed?
This is, you and I are in the middle of a conversation about something completely different, and I see Mac pop, like gonna plop down and then pop up real quick. And there was a clenching motion as he stood up, and I looked over, and it looked like he about unalived himself. Are you okay there, Mac?
Yeah, no, I'm good. So the thing is that with this seat in particular, I will just try to jump on it and turn. And I knew that at some point this is going to not go well. But
the old jump and turn, you never do it.
As my foot set down, it kind of spun it a little bit more than I expected, and yeah, almost wiped out.
Well, listen, you're still alive, and I think that's what counts, right? And you're not on video. Like, one of us hosts are going to do this, running back. It's going to be me. One of our hosts are going to do this, and it's going to be just really tough. It's going to be really tough to see.
You say clip it. You know what? We have not had too many clippable moments, though. I think that people have been very kind in that regard.
You mean Jake and Keith?
No, Jake and Keith have done it because they'll always do it. That's fine.
But they haven't
Jake
put
did
him
one
out
yesterday.
there.
Yeah, but they don't put him out there. But we have not had nearly the amount of people doing GIFs and different things like I thought we would.
Yet. Looking at your YouTube chat.
I just thought we would. I thought it'd be the type of thing that is like a constant day-to-day, like we just see people, because we make enough faces throughout a day.
Yeah.
You know? We do
There's
enough
the
stupid
deadpan,
things.
There's the... So good at
I almost feel like, you ever go to a comedy show, and I've done this a couple times where you go to a comedy show, and the Aziz Ansari did this actually, where he was like, I'm going to do poses. We'll do poses right now. You can take all the photos you want, so then when the comedy show starts, we won't take any photos. So he does like all these different poses, and he'll be like, and now I'm saying a funny joke, and he'll do all that. I almost wonder if you should do like 5 or 6 poses and just knock it out right now for YouTube. Yeah,
right
that's
there?
a good one. All right, that was you getting angry.
That was me
That was you getting angry. Now, how about do one? Oh, yeah. Oh, I don't know. Oh, it's so funny. It's so funny. Okay. All right. Oh, now you're positing. Is that a good point by Jonathan? Is that a bad point by Jonathan? I'm not really sure.
Now I'm really confused.
Now, how about you're flabbergasted? Flabbergasted.
I don't think I have a flabbergasted. I started doing it.
Flabbergasted. So we got it covered. Anybody want to put some out there?
Flabbergasted, because you gave me an acting direction. I was like, I don't know where to go with it. I already gave you a question. I gave you the I don't know where we're going with this.
I thought you did improv. I thought any word I threw out there you could just go with.
You gave me 3 similar emotions. Hey, I want you to contemplate and then question and then consider everything you've ever done in your life.
I didn't want you just to say, hey, could you smile? Could you just smile?
That's not good.
That
face
eyes.
is not good.
That was puppy eyes, is what that was.
You don't want bedroom eyes.
All right, so now
bedroom eyes, Nick Wilson. I'm giving it to him. Are you satiated? Now that being said, Pete Futek coming up in about 40 minutes. There, satiating the show with college football talk, playoff rankings. Do we like them? What's the deal with that? And the Julian Sayin take that really left me cheesed off yesterday. That's about 40 minutes from now with Pete Futek, but. Since the dawn of time, or like August, we've been doing the quarterback Deadpool. Jonathan, myself, I kept thinking of Jonathan. Jonathan, myself, and Mac.
Like the cousin of the Toyota-thon.
No, I'm not doing it. We're going to keep this train on the tracks. We have drafted teams, and every week we get an update from the commissioner himself, Mr. Jake Murren. Mr. Commissioner, welcome back to the show.
Thanks, guys, and I welcome you into Week 11 of the Afternoon Drive quarterback Deadpool. Let's start with an update on Nick's team. You have Garrett Nussmeier, who is coming off a bye week with a big game this Saturday against Alabama. Carson Beck, the interceptions really continue to add up for him as Miami lost to SMU last week. John Mateer did show some dual threat ability in Oklahoma's big road win over Tennessee. And Jaden Mayava, not a great passing game in USC's win over Nebraska.
I think
Are you
Jaden
feeling
Mayava
any better about your team, Nick?
As I just jumped the shark. Sorry about that, buddy. I think Jaden Mayava is my best hope for a first-round pick. He's like 6'4", 230 pounds. He's got there's a little bit of Jameis to his game, minus the fake stuff personality-wise.
Yeah.
But he's a big guy, gigantic arm on him. I could kind of also see like a little bit of Joe Flacco to him, although I think he's more mobile. Everybody else, I think I've got second and third round picks.
He's climbing. You know, actually, I heard people discussing Drew Aller yesterday.
Yeah.
And like draft people. Actually, you know who it was? It was Dane Brugler. Dane Brugler was suggesting that
I love his bagels.
That Drew Aller could still be a day 2 pick.
Nah, I can't do it. He should go back to school. He should just go to USC when Mayava graduates. He should just go to Oklahoma when just go to a great school. Is Gunnar Stockton coming out? Go to Georgia. Go to a great school with a offensive-minded head coach. I'd just say Georgia, but you know what I mean. And just go out and ball out for 1 year. Wash that Franklin stank off you, Drew. You can still be a first-round pick.
That's like skunk stank, though. That's tough.
Soap. I've heard soap.
Your dog ever get skunked on him?
Yes. He's gotten skunked twice.
That sucks.
Yeah, it was not great.
Yeah.
By the way, you know where he hasn't gotten skunked? He got skunked living in town twice. Never been skunked in the country.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, we enjoy it.
Yeah.
Jake?
Yeah, let's go to Mac's team next. He has Lenora Sellers, Fernando Mendoza, Ty Simpson, and Darian Mensah. Mac, I'm assuming you still feel pretty good about your team over there.
Yeah, we feel pretty confident. The only one that's giving me a little bit of pause right now is Lenora Sellers at this point.
Sounds like you're going to be the Sellers.
Nice.
Buyer or Lenora Sellers? I would be a little worried. I get the impression that he might stay another year now.
Yeah, that's the only
just
concern.
Like Dante Moore.
That's the concern that I have with my group, at least. Just because, I mean, that South Carolina team is so bad just around him that I could see him transferring out and going somewhere else and having a successful year next year and then coming out. But again, with so many quarterbacks that we expected to be up high this year that have kind of fallen off, maybe you jump into the class early and go based off your physical tools. So I'm not really sure with Sellers, but I feel confident with the rest of my group.
And Jonathan's team, you have Dante Moore, who's coming off a bye week. Cade Klubnik did play well against Duke, but it was Clemson's 4th loss of the season. You did replace Arch Manning last week with Brendan Sorsby, who completed a third of his passes in Cincinnati's loss to Utah.
That's not good.
They got destroyed.
They did get
Utah
destroyed.
destroyed them.
And then Sam
Quite
Levitt,
Sorsby.
who is out for the year with a
bad
foot
week.
injury, reportedly likely to return to Arizona State next season.
I don't know who your reports got that from.
Pete Thamel was the one that.
There's a mixed bag of
who's
reports.
that guy?
There's a mixed bag of reports. Did he say with certainty he's gonna stay?
He said in the broadcast I watched last Saturday, he said,
last Saturday.
Out for the year, foot injury, reportedly will return next season.
If you're
to
a real
ASU.
man, you'd pick up Drew Aller right now.
Wait, is Aller on the table?
Yeah, I
didn't
know you actually dropped him.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you dropped him 2 weeks ago.
Get yourself a day 3 pick, King.
Dave Brugler says he might be a day 2 pick.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things that have been circling in my brain. I have debated at times dropping Sorsby to then go ahead and
make get the furry.
I did think about it. I thought about the furry long and hard. I really did. I don't
always do.
I don't think he's coming out though. I think it's all but in the
staying in the suit.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. He's got another year in that suit. You know that, and I know that.
And get that thing steam clean, dog.
Oh, this gives me something to think about. Because it's not Sam Levitt. Sam Levitt, I still think is going to come out. Pete Thamels is wrong there. I've read too many articles about it being like, we don't know what he's going to do.
Finally jumping off the Klubnik train?
I don't know where that... No. It'd be jumping off the Sorsby train to then either get back in business with Arch Manning, just because I don't want to leave it. Even he's playing great right now. He is. I don't think he's coming out, though. I think it's all but certain he's not coming out. But I could get in the Drew Aller business, and that'd be really funny if he ended up going as a day 2 pick. Because the Aller stock will start to climb back up.
Yeah, here's the thing, though. It might make me then take Arch Manning. Would be pretty funny.
Well, you are in front of Jonathan in the waiver wire.
I am.
Yeah, but you're not going to pick up Drew Aller.
Well, listen, I could say if I just decline to make a pick right now, but I hold the right to the end of this segment to change my mind. You want to pick somebody up? Maybe I'll make a decision.
Commissioner, I'd like to make a move.
All right.
I'd like to drop Sorsby. I would like to pick up one Drew Aller.
Very good.
Whoa!
You just keep denying yourself the furry, though. I think you really want Josh Hoover.
I don't think he's coming out. I would pick. I I will never believe in a furry as my quarterback.
I just love the
I
idea.
will never believe in a furry as my quarterback.
We don't kink shame on the show.
We don't.
Except this instance.
But I don't choose off of kinks. But I definitely deny off of kinks.
Do you think when he gets drafted, when he walks across the stage, it'll be in like a koala?
I got to say this because people weren't listening the first time we ever did this one. The reverse Google image search has proven he's not actually a furry. Poor Josh Hoover.
I don't know how much that's really proved at all. Oh, thank God in heaven. Oh, fire the cannons. This segment's over.
I got news for you.
Guys, we might win again. Holy Mother of God. Oh, thank you, Lord. Christmas come early.
This isn't going to be any good,
blessing
is it?
upon you.
Oh, it is?
And
Okay.
a blessing upon Mac. A blessing upon Jake Murray.
Is Shador starting?
Cleveland rejoice. Paul Deepodesta is leaving the Cleveland Browns to become the Rockies' head of baseball operations. Thank you and hallelujah.
He's going back to baseball.
That nerd is out of here. Oh, my God.
He's going back to baseball.
I thought he was going to run that grift until we all die. Oh, thank God. Oh, man, Andrew Barry and Kevin Stefanski, you just had to hold on for a little bit longer. Paul Deepodesta going back to baseball where he belongs, just out of Ohio where he just belongs.
So did you see the writing on the wall? If
don't know.
I'm Stefanski and Barry, am I scared by this news? Because he clearly went to go get another job because he knew he was getting fired.
I feel free for at least the next 8 weeks.
I feel free. I feel like we just got a chance to go ahead and win some games, actually.
My gosh.
But like,
not this year, of course.
Isn't that the idea? He leaves to go get a baseball job because now he understood that there was no way he was making it to the end of this year?
Oh, my God. Guys, I honestly...
You take the jobs, or you can take the jobs.
I literally have talked with like 3 people in the last like 4 weeks, and every single one's like, he's not going anywhere. He's making Haslam money. Haslam is very content to continue on this relationship. Thank God Almighty. Paul Deepodesta, according to Ken Rosenthal, is leaving the Cleveland Browns to become
the head of baseball operations. That's a big job.
Not really. That's the GM now. But he's out of, you know
No,
what?
that's a big job.
No, that's a great job.
It's a big job.
That's a huge job. That's the biggest job you've ever had, Paul Deepodesta. Oh, let freedom ring. 216-474-0092.
I wouldn't trust him to run a 7-Eleven. Nonetheless, a baseball team.
Well, but the Rockies are pretty much a 7-Eleven run franchise.
What part of the Browns in the previous decade of him being there was like, oh yeah, no, we need that to run our baseball?
Well, there was the analytics, and there was the marketing, and there was the football.
He couldn't run a 12-year-old's lemonade stand. I wouldn't trust him to do that. Nonetheless, a baseball team.
You're not Jimmy Haslam. 216-474-0092. The report here from Ken Rosenthal. Paul Deepodesta is leaving the Browns to become the Rockies' head of baseball operations. How we feeling, chat? More to come in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, guys. Nick Wilson here for Blue Chew. I hope you're all doing really well.
to happen.
And there's another sport you probably don't care about. Cosmic bowling, the day it died for Anthony Lima.
I promise you're going to care about all these things that we say you're not going to care about. On the emerging podcast scene, presented by Extend Technologies on 92.3 The Fan Extra on the free Odyssey app.
It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
My mouth gets me more in trouble than anybody else. Pete Futek coming up within the hour. We might see if we can even bump him one segment. Maybe they'll do a 4:40 because we do have breaking Browns news. If you guys didn't hear me, go a little over the top there at the end of the previous segment. Ken Rosenthal is reporting that Paul Deepodesta is leaving the Cleveland Browns to be the Colorado Rockies head of baseball operations, which basically means he's going to be the de facto GM because none of those titles mean anything in baseball anymore. And listen, I understand that this might come off as mean-spirited. The reality is nothing good has really happened since Paul Deepodesta has been the head of whatever the hell he's done with the Cleveland Browns. And this feels like as big of a win as you can have, because I think Paul has been more of a problem with organizational dynamics than certainly even Andrew or Kevin Stefanski.
Well, we stopped really knowing what he was doing or contributing. That's like the hard part about this conversation is that throughout the years, at one point he was credited with being the person that found Kevin Stefanski to then bring him in to then hire Stefanski. At another point, he was only involved in the NFL draft and free agency. And like in other points, he's been involved heavily in things that aren't even related to football duties.
I've heard marketing. I've heard the stadium stuff.
It's odd, because we've for the longest time have not really been able to identify what in fact he's done. And in the Ken Rosenthal report, he correctly attributes the idea that no one from the Browns media has been able to speak to Deepodesta since March of 2022.
Yep.
I mean, it's been 3 years since we've even heard from the guy do any sort of press conferences or media appearances. But this is bigger than Deepodesta in my opinion, because I feel like this might be just a look into how Jimmy Haslam is structuring this whole entire ordeal. Do you feel like, Nick, that this is the idea of Deepodesta left before he could get fired and took advantage of the baseball jobs that were out there, which would mean we could have a clean house situation at the end of the season involving both Andrew Berry and Kevin Stefanski and basically everybody involved with the previous failings?
Yeah, I can understand. I mean, a week ago, I was having a conversation where somebody was like, yeah, Deepodesta's got a job as long as he wants. Because that's how normalized the idea of this guy having none of the Browns' failures attributed to him. Abso-stinking-lutely, I think your read is right. I don't know why I said it that way, but absolutely right. I think your read is right. Like, this feels like a rats jumping off the ship moment. And honestly, it feels like a win for the Browns fan. Like, it does. Mm-hmm. Like, all right, listen, I don't know what Paul Deepodesta did, but I know that his record is like a 350 winning percentage since he's been here. And by the way, I think he was the guy with Haslam's ear. And as it has been with Jimmy Haslam, is whoever's got his ear is the way this thing is going to go. I almost look at it as when Howie Roseman was working out of a closet in Philly.
Yeah, with Chip Kelly put him in there.
And no one was really safe. Like, this is a guy that had ousted Tom Heckard, and he had ousted Andy Reid. He had out-survived all these guys. And Chip Kelly's biggest problem was not annexing him to, Chicago. And so, in the end, Howie Roseman came out of the... I wasn't going to say that the right way.
Yeah, that was...
Howie Roseman emerged again from the rubbles of the Chip Kelly era.
You almost did an R. Kelly song.
I did. I really did. But I do think, yes, I think this is one of the first rats jumping off the ship. And I'll tell you, it's bad in Cleveland when Paul Deepodesta is part of this report. This is the way it's written. Paul Deepodesta, who's going to the Colorado Rockies, who've been historically bad the last 3 years, doesn't want to be associated with the Browns' failures. You know how I know? Here's one of the pieces of the Ken Rosenthal thing.
Okay.
At least by organizational chart and responsibility, Deepodesta did not make personnel decisions. He worked with ownership and football operations on various projects and was regarded as a large part of the team's planning for free agency each March and NFL draft each April. He has always had a behind-the-scenes, mostly secretive role, continue to live in La Jolla, California, and either work remotely or commute to Northeast Ohio. He's distancing himself from the Browns' success or the lack of success.
He should, considering now he's got a new job in baseball, so he's fine. But wiping away 10 years of stink. If I could do it the way that he just did it through Ken Rosenthal, I would do that 11 times out of 10.
All right, does this make you just feel like I feel better? Okay,
was this your pound of flesh?
For now.
Like, you know how we were wondering what we were going to get at the bye week. We didn't even get Andrew Berry speaking. It seems like the play calling duties being handed off from Kevin Stefanski to Tommy Rees, that was some semblance of a breadcrumb of sorts to maybe make the fan base feel happy. Was this your pound of flesh to say, okay, they're doing something, they're acknowledging some of these mistakes, and here we go?
Yes. Like, this would be the kind of thing where right now I feel more open to the idea of football people making football decisions, which is what matters to me. Like Paul Deepodesta, by the way, Paul Deepodesta wasn't ever really a baseball guy. He was like the lead nerd that infiltrated baseball and just has ushered in this era of guys who never played at the big league levels, guys who talk more like Walmart CEOs or Coke CEOs than they do actual, athletes or people who know the game.
He's not Tony La Russa. let's make that abundantly clear.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to do it because, it's a good day. I'm not making Tony La Russa jokes. But no, I think like one of the big problems, and honestly, like Paul and Kevin, if you go back to Paul when he was a GM, it's very much the same thing that we did with Kevin. It's non-answers. It's nothing specific. It's an organizational thing. Like, I think he was a big part of this messaging that just did not resonate here in Cleveland.
I think it was a big part of it, but what's odd is that throughout times, I thought that he kind of disappeared the same way at times I've thought that Jimmy Haslam has disappeared into the background. He was not as apparent and obvious when it was John Dorsey that was here, for instance. Like, John Dorsey did what John Dorsey wanted, but it does feel like, just like Haslam's creeped back into a lot of these conversations in the past couple years, it does feel like Deepodesta's creeped right back into a lot of the, not only the personnel decisions, but a lot of the draft decisions as well.
I think it's fair to ask, what does this mean for Kevin Stefanski, and what does this mean for
like if you're Stefanski and Berry, you hear this news, do you think, awesome, we got rid of him? Or do you think to yourself, oh no, Haslam's firing everybody now? Haslam's cleaning house.
I think those are all fair, but I think we should just focus on this. I do think there have been too many cooks in the kitchen, and now you have one less. Like, whether it's a pound of flesh or not, like, you're not celebrating a guy, by the way, you're not celebrating a guy losing his job because he got another job, which is complicated, but a fine enough job. It's one of 30 teams in baseball that gets to run. So you're not necessarily celebrating somebody losing his job. You're celebrating one less cook in the kitchen and a guy who had no business. It would be like, I flipped burgers for Burger King, and now I'm going to be a sous chef. It's like, no, you had no business being in that room. And so as long as you don't replace him with another guy who worked at Burger King, all right, this feels like a step in the right direction. Now we can actually... Now everyone outside of Cleveland can stop running from and hiding behind everything that has happened. Oh, well, but Jimmy Haslam said in March. Yeah, that was March. We're in November now, right? Now we can have people outside of Cleveland having actual conversations about Kevin and Andrew. We can actually break down what has to go down, because this was the domino I didn't think would fall.
Well, yeah.
Ever. And the fact that it does, that is positive movement for Cleveland. And now you get to say, all right, let's re-examine the context of Kevin and Andrew and whether we trust them to be football guys instead of spreadsheet readers.
I feel like more this gives you an advantage in trying to replace Stefanski and trying to replace Andrew Berry. It gives you the advantage there. Remember when they tried to hire Josh McDaniels and he wanted to clear house, get everybody out, and Haslam was like, no, we're not doing that. We're not just getting rid of everybody. This, if you want to go big game hunting now, and I don't know who that is. I don't know if that's a Saban type. I don't know. I have no idea who the big game hunting person is to you, but the person that would want complete control, they wanted a Deepodesta gone and out, and now that guy is.
So that's a great point by you. If you're going to start looking for, and by the way, it didn't even have to be the biggest name. It doesn't have to be a Gruden. It doesn't have to be a Saban. It just has to be somebody who can come in and is going to be coveted around football. All right, and that by the way probably closely profiles as like a Joe Brady or something like that, the it guy of the moment. I think those guys, I think there's a reason why Kevin Stefanski was on your radar and not a lot of other teams' radars, because there weren't a lot of coaches. The best guys weren't willing to come into this context. Removing Deepodesta, I think, would be a major hurdle if you're out there trying to sell coaches on this.
For sure.
That has been removed. Now, there are
For sure.
other things you've got to do. And I think, and maybe dialing back, I've said this, dialing back the analytics instead of 100% to 75%, right? Instead of everything you do guided solely by that, make it more about football, supplemented by analytics. I think that's another way you can do it. And then Jimmy also has to promise, hey, I'm going to let you do your job.
Yeah, no, it's weird. The sense of like relief I almost have within this, while also recognizing and understanding that I still don't know what Deepodesta was actually doing.
Collecting a check.
I just don't know.
Yeah.
So like from that perspective, I still have a hard time. But what I do believe is that I believe he was basically a henchman for Jimmy Haslam, and I believe he was he had Haslam's ear in a way that other people haven't been able to. And so I just ridding yourself of that can only be a good thing, while also acknowledging we haven't for a long time really understood exactly what he does.
216-474-0092. If you're just joining us, Paul Deepodesta has left the Cleveland Browns. He'll be heading up, I don't care. He's going to Colorado. He's going to run that baseball team, but he's not here anymore. What do you take away from this move? Josh in Grand River, welcome to the show.
So it's true, guys. It's true.
It's true.
It's damn true.
It's true. It's true. It's true. Oh, thank you.
Keenan and
for
Kel?
Giving us, yes, Keenan and Kel right there.
I thought it was a Blazing
It's
Saddles
true,
reference.
Orange soda. Who loves orange soda? Kel loves orange soda.
It's walking out of work to hear that. That is the greatest thing that could happen from this season, knowing that we can have some actual football people put in place and maybe give Stefanski and Barry a pass, depending on how the rest of this year goes.
Ooh. I actually wonder if people would, and Josh, I think it does open that up. Like
No passes given from me, by the way.
Well, okay. No, my first thought
You had
was
6 years to create a pass given for yourself.
All right, fair.
Sorry, out of passes.
But my first thought, well, you are the king of the Peterlin pass.
And that's how I know. We're
The
out of them.
Peterlin pass.
My first thought was
Out of them.
My first thought was, will I be more patient with Stefanski and Barry? It's like an internal checks
Nothing
and
they can do in the next 3 months can wipe away what happened in the previous 6 years, even if they have this big monkey off their back in Deepodesta.
Mary Kay Cabot also confirming this report. Browns Chief Strategy Officer Paul Deepodesta is leaving the Browns to become the head of baseball operations for the Colorado Rockies. A league source confirms Paul Deepodesta is out in Cleveland. Is this the big move, or is this just the first of many big moves for the Cleveland Browns? Pete Futek's going to be joining us at 4:40 now. More reaction on Paul Deepodesta out in Cleveland and back to Colorado, or maybe to Colorado, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, guys, Nick Wilson here for my...
with a dedication to lasting quality, trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Legendary Buckeyes beat writer Tim May joins Baskin and Phelps Friday at 1. Cleveland's Sports Radio. 92.3 The Fan.
Pete Futek coming up in 20 minutes. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin reacting to the big news. Paul Deepodesta leaving the Cleveland Browns for the Colorado Rockies. And I think, in the last segment, we talked about, all right, is this the first move, or is it simply the domino? Is he just the fall guy? The way they found a fall guy every year as an organization. I think the reason why I still don't know about Barry and Stefanski is I didn't think this would happen. I thought Paul Deepodesta was so in like Flint that we just had no chance. And what I'm surprised about is how relieved I feel as a Browns fan that I don't have that guy meddling alongside a meddling owner with two guys who I think I respect as people and maybe still doubt as football guys.
I just like what it frees up for the future. That's my big takeaway. I like what it frees up for the future because nobody wanted to come to a job where you had Paul Deepodesta hanging over everyone and you didn't really know what he did, but you knew that he had Haslam's ear. I just don't think that's good. But yes, the other big point is I think this does, if I'm Stefanski and Barry, I don't know that I love this development because when you start firing people like Deepodesta, I would imagine you're not too far behind.
Yeah, what is, by the way, real quick, what is Deepodesta's defining moment as like the Browns, the chief strategy officer? Is it
1-31 or is it Watson?
Oh, I was thinking, that's the defining. I was thinking about the good thing that he did. Because wouldn't it be helping you avoid Josh McDaniels as the head coach? Wasn't that
that was yes. The reason why Josh McDaniels didn't end up coming here is because he wanted to clean house completely, and that included Deepodesta, and Haslam said no. But so you mean good thing, because the defining moments, I thought bad things instantly.
No, exactly. I mean, he got here in 2016. I can't remember if it was before the draft. So, does he get credit for Miles? Because he just
took the obvious choice.
You get credit for multiple trade downs, which gave John Dorsey 4 picks in the top 35 in 2018, all of which he aced.
So try explaining Deepodesta to somebody 20 years from now, like a young 24-year-old that's getting their first shot on the Fan and is hosting with you, and you're like, because I'm out sick that day, okay? And he's hosting with you, and you're like, yeah, but you weren't here for Deepodesta. And they're like, well, all right, tell me about Deepodesta.
It would be like Terry Pluto explaining Ted Stepien.
I'd be like, I don't know. At least with Stepien, at least you could look at and point to things. But with this, I'm like, I don't. At times he was very involved. At other times he was very absent. And other times I didn't really know what the hell he was doing.
I actually never bought that he was absent.
The majority of the time I never really knew what he was doing, though.
I think he was part tiebreaker. I think he was part synergy guy that makes sure all the departments are connecting. I think he had his hand in every pie. And although
some drafts he was sitting right next to Andrew Berry, other drafts he was just gone away where he wasn't shown on the television at all.
But I think he was still in it.
It's odd.
I think honestly, if you want to give a benefit of the doubt of Andrew or Kevin, the benefit of the doubt is that guy was in everything. And that guy had as much power as anybody in the organization because he had the ownership's ear. And that is the ultimate. There's the one thing that I've said about them previously, about Andrew and Kevin, is I want football guys to do football jobs. I don't need a non-football guy like Deepodesta. And by the way, just because Andrew and Kevin work in the NFL doesn't mean they're football guys either. You have to have, when I say football guys, you're talking about a foundational knowledge of how to build a team and how to lead a team. And I don't know we've got enough knowledge to say either guy is truly a football guy rather than just a football lifer that works in football and has some part of a cog in a machine, right? Are you steering the machine or are you just a part of the machine? I still don't know 6 years in. I can damn sure tell you Paul Deepodesta was just a cog in the machine who unfortunately got to run the whole damn thing.
I know, but at times it felt like he was extremely involved, and at other times it felt like with John Dorsey he wasn't. John Dorsey, he just kind of got put to the back burner. But that coincides too with where Haslam's interests were at the time and how those moved on. It's just a very confusing role for a person that again has not spoken to the public media in Cleveland in 3 years.
I'm just relieved. I am. It feels like...
I know it's a good thing.
It feels
we know
like
that.
change is possible, and change just doesn't mean more firing.
Well, it feels like Haslam's not as stubborn to whatever this whole big plan of his was.
Yes. Yeah, I think that's a really good point, because I think the reason Deepodesta survived 10 years here, I honestly do think, and listen, they're going to paint this as he wanted to go back to baseball. They're going to paint this as a triumphant return for the prodigal son, Peter Brandt, Jonah Hill, all that crap. And it's all crap. Guys, he didn't take the Boston Red Sox job. The Colorado Rockies job is not a great one right now. They've had 2 straight GMs. They're at the bottom of the barrel. It's the Rockies, White Sox. There's like 3 jobs right now that are really hard to pull the nose up on.
Yeah, it's hard.
The Rockies is one of them.
They don't have a coach, and so he'll be able to hire the manager. They do spend
and tell him what to do.
Yeah, I mean, like it's still a premier. I'm shocked he got a premier baseball job. I know it's not a great baseball job, but there's only.
But what's a premier job? It's one of 30 jobs.
Yeah, operations of a professional baseball franchise. It's huge.
They gave Thad Levine president of baseball operations.
You're acting like it's like applying on LinkedIn and then you get hired 2 seconds later. I think that's a major job.
I think this is the entry level. I don't think this is a job that a guy with his resume should get. I'm sorry. Like he should be above this job if he was any good at the job he had.
Right? I mean, you're a de facto GM. I'm not sure what more you want out of him.
I mean, he ran the entire Browns organization. He had his hands in everything.
And he failed at it.
Oh, no, he did. No.
But like in baseball, previously, the only thing he'd ever done was be the GM of the Dodgers before he did everything with Moneyball. And that lasted 20 months. That's not like he was like great at it.
You and I are in agreement. What I'm saying is, do not buy the BS spin that is going to happen that this is just Paul Deepodesta going home.
No, I think he would have stayed with the Browns as long as Jimmy Haslam would have had him.
Yes.
Like you're welcome with the Browns. It ran out. That was the point here. He got legitimately fired in my estimation of this, and then he just, because this is the time of the year where baseball jobs are opening up, he was able to use his connections and get one. But I'm not selling that as him saying all of a sudden this golden opportunity arose and I had to take it. That I don't believe.
I do. I'm not going to put a name on this because I don't know if they'd be okay with us putting this name out there. But I just got a text. We actually both did, just saying, did Deepodesta leave before he could reach 100 losses? Well, the good news is he's going to Colorado, where he's almost guaranteed to have 100 losses next year.
He can do that in one season.
God, I didn't do this in 10 years with the Cleveland Browns. 216-474-0092. Is Deepodesta leaving enough? I probably am where you are, that I'm all out of Peterlin passes, right? I probably am there. But, man, this hit feels good.
Is it a long-lasting hit?
It is. Well, it's lasting this far.
Is it cheap?
It is. We'll find out.
Okay.
Jeremy in Fort Worth, welcome to the show.
Hey, I'm just a little bit worried that this is it. That I feel like, the handing over the play calling and Deepodesta being gone, that's all we're going to get. And it's going to be more of the same next season. That's my concern.
Yeah, listen.
It might be. This is more than I thought we were going to get, though.
Yeah, well, I think that's maybe what's the surprise here. Is Deepodesta losing his job at all is surprising, but Deepodesta losing his job before Stefanski and Barry got theirs, I think is the other part of this. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you thought they would get axed first. No, you lay it out, but I think we were both in agreement. I didn't see this happening.
Yes. Well, I think that's the point. It's like I thought he would have gotten at least another tour of duty ruining the Cleveland Browns for another 4 to 10 years.
Let me tell you how it just read to me. That's why even like taking the Rockies job is like, whoa, he's doing that? Because that sounds like it's a
step down.
Well, no, not that. That's a 24/7 job is what that is. That's a real.
They can't commute to Colorado.
You have to be involved is the point. Yeah, you can't do that one from San Diego. You got to be in Colorado and you got to be doing 24/7 work, round the clock stuff. Like the Browns job at parts always just kind of felt like a semi-retirement gig for somebody that thought he was incredibly smart and incredibly valuable to sports organizations. And so it almost felt like he was doing the retirement thing in a way while not actually retiring and staying employed. And this is a completely different direction of that. This is a very hands-on job with the Rockies.
So I'm so glad you brought this up because I think in the end that truly was the fury. Like, I think, I had heard he's got his hands in everything. So, and people online have put it as he was like the team president without the team president title. But the Browns really, the Browns really enjoyed the ambiguity. And I think Paul enjoyed the ambiguity of, hey, you can ascribe nothing to me. No wins and losses, no single draft pick, no trade, no anything. He was a Teflon guy. And that was so frustrating because not only was he this mythical power broker within the organization, this Jimmy Haslam soothsayer, not only was that, but then nothing stuck to him, and he couldn't even bother to live here.
Yeah, you go months without seeing him.
And like, I know that doesn't matter in most places. This town, it matters. When you don't show your face, when we don't know what you do, and the only thing you're synonymous with is losing to a degree that is even embarrassing for the Cleveland Browns, which is saying something because they lose better than any NFL team or any other NFL team since 1999. That was the crux of the problem. We didn't know you. We didn't trust you. We didn't like what you stood for because what we heard of you and what we knew of you from baseball is not synonymous with football. Like, I don't know how you don't just take that, and I know you take it like this. I don't know how you just take this as like, cool. And now the thing becomes, all right, Jimmy, show me you've learned the rest of your lesson. Show me that you understand that the way you were doing things, it's not just enough for Paul to go, but to allow some sort of editorial control and some football authority, be it Andrew Berry or somebody else, to run this thing without 7 other guys going, well, actually, no, do this the right way. Learn your damn lesson. For us. Not for yourself. I don't give a rip. You're going to be fine. You're going to be a billionaire. You're going to continue to be you're going to wake up tomorrow richer than you were today, and then the day after that, richer than you were the next day. Like, it's just going to continue on like this. You got a beautiful barn dominium, as Daryl puts it up, coming up in Berea, coming up in Brook Park. Do this for us. All right? Get it right for us, because I am sick of crappy football. And I'm sick of guys I like Wyatt Teller and David Njoku, and I know I bag on him sometimes, but Myles Garrett, I'm sick of watching those guys bust their ass, play hard, and then be failed because some pencil-pushing nerd, I almost said 4 eyes. That's fine if you have glasses, Mac. I like people with glasses. But watching somebody who has no skin in the game, who can't be bothered to live in town, make big decisions that end up screwing the whole franchise up.
Here's what I do hope. I hope that this was almost a professional courtesy of sorts that Jimmy Haslam was offering up with a near and dear buddy in Paul Deepodesta. I wonder if Jimmy Haslam has already decided that he wanted to clean house. He wants to get rid of everybody, and he knows the baseball jobs are only open for a certain amount of time. Deepodesta, because they're such close friends, was like, all right, I'm done with football. I want to go to baseball. Do it for me now. Let me line something up, and then I can go off and I can get out of your hair and we can just be done with this thing, wash our hands clean. The hope here, though, within that professional courtesy that he's offering, is that Haslam has somebody in mind that is a big-time football name, and he's getting his ducks in a row. Like, I got to make sure that the house is clean, everything is set for this person to then come on in, and it be their little bit of clay that they get to mold with.
Is Deepodesta leaving enough change for you with regards to the Cleveland Browns? Pete Futek, College Football News in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Do it right the first time. If you can't do that, do it right the next time. Nick Wilson here for my friends at Bookman & Son. I didn't get the
On Westwood One, Ryan Harris and I will get Week 10 started from Denver when the Broncos host the Raiders. Sean Payton's squad is 7-2, including 6 straight wins, and lead the AFC West. Now they host Pete Carroll and a Las Vegas team hoping to break a 2-game losing trend. Join us for the Raiders at the Broncos on Thursday Night Football.
The radio home of the NFL in Cleveland is Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We're going to continue to react to the Paul Deepodesta news in about 20 minutes. Paul Deepodesta leaving the Cleveland Browns. I don't see one person being like, but why? No, don't go. Other than probably Jimmy Haslam personally.
We'll miss you so much.
What do you think Jimmy's reaction was when he said...
When he realized he was going to fire him?
My only problem is... So the only it's not that I disagree with. It's not that I disagree with you.
Yeah.
I hope that this is a sign that Jimmy Haslam is taking his organization back and realizing that let's put football first here, right? Let's do that. But we're trusting Jimmy Haslam in this scenario, and that does feel like a dicey proposition.
That is always hard. It also could be the idea that, so we've established Deepodesta's not an idiot. He's a smart person. Him seeing the writing on the wall, maybe he did some back-channeling himself to then get this job lined up and then present to Jimmy the idea that then he was leaving him.
Or do you think he was like, unless you want to double my pay?
You can't get these results anywhere else.
That's true. Only I can lead the process, get stuffed in a closet so John Dorsey can draft Baker Mayfield, and then I facilitate the worst trade in NFL history with Deshaun Watson.
You want to see almost 100 losses? I can do it.
Yeah. He's the magic man. I can make 100 losses disappear inside a decade.
Just brutal.
Now you see him, now you don't. Now, all that being said, again, we'll get back to the Paul Deepodesta news. A joyous occasion.
Passon, by the way, continues to just describe this as close to finalizing a deal.
Passon
is reiterating this multiple times. That this deal is not yet done, according to Jeff Passon.
I'm going to tell you right now, Jeff.
Just another tweet just came out.
Jeff,
not yet done.
You cannot.
Close to finalizing.
If for whatever reason, if there's an 11th hour saving of Deepodesta in Cleveland, I might rage quit. I might just crash out in a way. I would be a legend in this town for the rest of my days. I'd also be homeless. I just bought a home. Don't need to do that. But whether it was Jimmy going back and go, Paul, don't leave. Please don't leave. Whether it was that, take my money. That's Jimmy.
He's just throwing money.
Or whether it's Deepodesta being like, you can actually get fired in Colorado. Whatever it is. I don't know that, I don't think my heart can take it, is what I'm saying. Maybe that's what they want. Maybe they want to kill off Nick Wilson. Just seal that deal, Paul.
It would be tough to leave. It basically, the scratch-off lottery games where it's like you win $4 million a year for every year for the rest of your life. That's basically what he's giving up here.
Yeah. Now, that being said, we're getting back to, again, Deepodesta potentially gone. Reports are he's on his way out to Colorado. Praise Jesus and pass the ammunition, but... Talk a little college football. Usually joins us at Thursdays at 4:20. We bumped him back with the breaking news for the Browns. Pete Futek, college football news. Now on the fan hotline. Pete, welcome to the show.
So no love or respect whatsoever for being the only franchise that didn't fall for the ridiculous shiny object that is Travis Hunter as a generational talent who would be a two-way all-pro at both positions, and the fleecing of the Jaguars that you got for him?
No, that doesn't offset the Deshaun Watson trade.
I guess, but if you're holding the Super Bowl trophy after you get, whatever the first round pick is next year, and the base from this, and
how likely do you think that is there, Pete?
Yeah, when do you think the Super Bowl trophy is going to happen?
Yeah, about 2020 something, 30 something.
Yeah, about 2032. You think?
Yeah, somewhere around there.
Pete,
we'll revisit it then, Pete.
Urban Meyer. There's a report by Zach Gelb of the Infinity Sports Network that Urban Meyer and Penn State were hot and heavy for a minute, only for Penn State to realize Urban's plans on NIL were just not working, are not going to work. Urban has since come out and said, that didn't happen. I don't even know who that guy is. What do you believe about the Urban to Penn State potential smoke?
Maybe. It actually makes sense in a lot of different ways. But here's the problem. All of a sudden, all these college teams are going to, LSU is a big job. Penn State's a monster job. Florida's a monster job. Lane Kiffin doesn't split up several ways. Like, he's only one guy, and he might end up, going to the NFL if someone really wanted him. So, or stay at Ole Miss, which I don't think he's going to do. But I don't know who are these magical coaches out there now. I'm not going to cry about Brian Kelly getting fired or anything like that. But, you look at the Florida schedule. Billy Napier should have won more, but that was the hardest schedule in the history of man. And Penn State, I think the problem there is the best guy for the job is, unfortunately, James Franklin. And so I'm not sure who these guys are who are going to be there, who are going to satisfy the fan base, because you start talking a Manny Diaz or a Clark Lee or certainly a Matt Rule, and you're going to get a lot of whatever from the fan base, which you want something splashy if you're going to make these big giant moves like this.
Did the first rankings get it right, Pete?
For the most part, yeah. I mean, they don't matter. I mean, because again, there's going to be a million things that are going to happen between now and when it really does happen. The key to this whole thing is, one, Notre Dame wasn't 19th. Because Notre Dame they have Pitt left. That's basically it. They're not going to lose that to anybody else. So whatever you liked about Notre Dame before, that's pretty much going to be baked into the cake. So Notre Dame's going to run the table, and it's going to be 10-2, and it's going to find its way in. The real wild card here is Miami, because if Miami wins out, it's not going to get to the ACC championship because there's just too much traffic in the way. It's going to be 10-2. It'll have the win over Notre Dame. It'll also have just a pile drive of a win over a Florida team that beat Texas. Miami should technically be ranked ahead of Texas. And if this happens and the Hurricanes go 10-2, remember how the playoff works. Where a couple years back where they totally got it right, where you had to put in Michigan and Washington, and you had to put in Texas, and you had to put in Alabama, and then Florida State got left out. So, in the same sort of way, in kind of an A, B, D sort of way, well, if you're going to have to put in Notre Dame, and let's say South Florida runs the table, which it's going to do, that's your 12th team. And so you've got a Miami team that beat Notre Dame, blew out South Florida. Miami's in at the 10, and then Notre Dame's at the 11, and South Florida's at the 12, and there's a whole lot of teams out there that'll be really grouchy about that.
Pete, we have a little bit of a surprise breaking news here as Wisconsin's athletic director, Chris McIntosh, has said Luke Fickell will return to coach the Badgers in 2026 in spite of Wisconsin's 2-6 record. I think he's just 15-19 in 3 seasons in Wisconsin. Obviously, this is hot off the presses here. Are you surprised at this development for Wisconsin?
That silence you're hearing is a Wisconsin Badger alum who, okay. Is it the no scoring that you enjoyed? Is that it? Is that I don't know why. I mean, he hasn't had any luck with the quarterback situation, but you can't be this bad and stay around. It's not really a financial thing if this is really true, that he's staying around for another year. Maybe he twists something right. Maybe they didn't find a person that they like. If you're Wisconsin, I don't know why you wouldn't start looking at, either a Jason Eck, a former Badger assistant alum who is now doing wonderful things at New Mexico, or even a Sean Lewis, who's San Diego State, is right there in the mix for this group of 5 spot. All right, I guess. Or you just say, you know what? The whole college football coaching world has gone mad. Either you got the guys or you don't, and you make a commitment to the NIL world that you're going to start getting better players. But obviously this has not gone well now for Fickell.
Pete, earlier in the week we played a clip from the Infinity Sports Network's Andrew Perloff, and he was trying to make the case that Julian Sayin should not be considered for the Heisman because being a quarterback at Ohio State is just too easy and should take you out of the running. Do you feel like that is going to be something that national pundits run with in regards to Sayin, or is he going to be able to overcome that?
As a pretentious Heisman voter, to me, it's always who's the guy? Who is the signature player of the year? It's kind of, for me, always who's that combination of MVP or MOP and who's just the best player. It's kind of hard to give Sayin a whole lot of love when he's throwing to NFL wide receivers, working behind an NFL offensive line, and has the best defense in several years to pick up all the slack. But you still got to do it. You still got to deliver the ball. He'll be there, but the problem overall is okay, why not? Because who is your Heisman favorite? There isn't one. This is like the worst Heisman race ever. Like, I kind of dig the Fernando Mendoza thing as an MVP sort of way, but all right, who cares? I'm not really Ty Simpson-y yet until they can win out, because he has the 2 games that they've struggled. He wasn't great. I don't know, Diego Manziel the way that guy plays at Vanderbilt, yeah, kind of. So there really isn't another option out there. So the other problem is my Travis Hunter issue from last year. Sane's not even the best player on his team. I still think it's Caleb Downs, but certainly Jeremiah Smith is right there. So it's kind of hard to say you're probably the 3rd or 4th best guy in your team, but you're the Heisman winner.
Yeah, I think the problem is, like, Joe Burrow had Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase. Tua Tagovailoa won it. He had a whole host of wide receivers for the
Tua
NFL.
never won it.
Well, yes, he did.
Tua?
2022.
No, Mac Jones.
I knew it was a bad Alabama quarterback, but he had a bunch of. I got my bad Bama quarterbacks mixed up. But he was throwing to a roster of NFL guys too. I don't know why this is exclusive to Julian saying.
Well, because Burrow threw for a gajillion. He threw for like 5,000-ish yards. I mean, his stats were unbelievable.
He had 50 touchdowns that year too. It was insane.
I mean,
a lot of people had 50 touchdowns.
I made the argument one year when Devontae Smith won it that Kyle Trask put up Burrow numbers that you could have argued for who is the best overall player. But I'm not saying he's bad. I mean, this is the problem with the argument. It's a popularity contest, and if he goes lights out and throws for 5 touchdowns against Michigan and they win and they're the young, and then they beat it's that it might come down to the Big Ten championship, Mendoza versus Sane. Whoever plays better gets it. Because there's nothing there. I mean, there's name a name and you can probably make an argument for it, but there's no real Heisman candidate out there right now.
I'm going to save the Twitter responses for the both of you.
It's Bryce Young.
Yeah. You got to take another guess on Alabama quarterbacks.
I'm thrown by the fickle thing. You're absolutely right. It was not Mac Jones. It's Devontae Smith. It was Bryce Young. Thank you, listeners. My brain is complete mush.
Guys, it was A.J. McCarron. All right, come on now.
It's so funny though.
Greg McElroy.
Every one of those quarterbacks you named. As someone who name dropper, I'm going to go give my speech to the Red Elephants Club next week. And hearing the past stories about all these quarterbacks, they don't like A.J. McCarron very much. All these other guys, they love him. They love even Jalen Hurts, even though he left for Alabama. A.J. McCarron, they weren't very happy about.
Yeah, Catherine Webb. I think we all understood that. Right? That's why we hated Tom Brady more when he was with Giselle Bundchen. What are we doing here? Pete, great stuff, buddy. Appreciate you.
Have a good one, guys.
As if the other Alabama quarterbacks aren't dating very well themselves.
I was going to say they all date very attractive women.
Musburger was just like that son of a so-and-so.
That was legitimately, I think, the beginning of the end of Musburger just being on everything. Like the start of he has to be on everything.
When he went full gooner.
You never
go full gooner.
You just can't do it.
Unless you're Mac. Mac can goon up because he's single. Well,
he was gooner and also a gambler, and it was like gooner and the gambler.
That sounds like a bad
Tell me
buddy
that's not
action
coming
movie.
somewhere.
It's Gooner and the Gambler. Double down. I'm horny.
Hit me. Which one?
You gotta guess. The trick question is, it's both of us. Paul Deepodesta out for the Cleveland Browns, off to Colorado. We'll talk about it to lead off the lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. The Los Angeles Lakers are...
when it was based on nothing, when it was really based on nothing. There's nothing to suggest that A, he's going to be terrible, or B, he's going to be great. We don't have any data. It's all just guesswork. It's all just opinions, and opinions are like noses and buttholes. Everybody has them.
The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Back on Afternoon Drive, we got John Fanta coming up in 20 minutes. I'm sure he'll have thoughts on Paul Deepodesta being out for the Cleveland Browns. He didn't get fired. He's moving on to Colorado, where he'll be the head of baseball operations. I texted my cabin boys that this happened because I hadn't. Usually, somebody brings breaking news to the group chat.
Yeah. And
this time it was me, which is weird because I was waiting. I wanted to see their reactions. I will not name the name. One of them responded,
Hacksaw.
No.
Jeremy.
Hacksaw wouldn't understand any of these things I'm about to say.
It's Jeremy.
Anyways.
It's always Jeremy.
Unnamed friend said, blast Creed and watch Hillis highlights while I get blind drunk. I was like, okay.
Well, that's a lot.
Can't we both do it?
that's
Why do I have to listen to Creed and watch Peyton Hillis?
I don't know. Is that a celebration or is that a sad thing? I'm not really sure at this point.
It can go both ways.
Yeah. Creed, Peyton Hillis, and
1,000% celebration.
A bunch of booze.
If you're feeling sad, you listen to My Sacrifice, right? If you're feeling happy, you listen to one of their other songs that I don't remember what it's called, but definitely not My Own Prison.
How'd that first one go again?
My Sacrifice.
That's pretty good, actually.
If you just kind of have the like, it works for Metallica too.
Okay.
Browns Chief Strategy Officer Paul Deepodesta is leaving to become the Rockies' head of baseball operations.
Like Kenny the lasagna.
Here was our initial reaction when the news broke earlier today. Oh, thank God in heaven. Oh, fire the cannons. This segment's over. Guys, we might win again. Holy Mother of God. Thank you, Lord. Paul Deepodesta is leaving the Cleveland Browns to become the Rockies' head of baseball operations. Thank you and hallelujah.
He's going back to baseball.
That nerd is out of here. Oh, my God.
He's going back to baseball.
I thought he was going to run that grift until we all die. Oh, thank God. Oh, man, Andrew Barry and Kevin Stefanski, you just had to hold on for a little bit longer. Paul Deepodesta going back to baseball where he belongs, just out of Ohio where he just belongs.
So did you see the writing on the wall?
I don't know.
If I'm Stefanski and Barry, am I scared by this news? It probably should be. One commentary I didn't have in the moment because we were actually breaking down the news of it all.
Yeah.
I like that your brain went to, I'm going to do baseball sayings for him going to baseball. He's out of here!
No, the funny thing is, that was just...
You did baseball for baseball job.
That was free flow.
Okay.
All right?
Oh, sure, yeah.
By the way, what did you think I was setting up? Because everybody had a different... everybody thought I was going to be teeing up different breaking news. No,
I said it. They cut it out, rightfully so, because it makes no sense in the actual thing when we were all kind of taking our guesses. I thought it was going to be Shedeur getting the starting job.
I wouldn't react. I'd be like, oh, cool, Shedor's the starter.
Oh, stop it.
That would be your reactor.
You would not
your
stop
reactor.
my
That'd be your reaction.
You would not.
Boom!
You would not treat it like the energy of a dead guy. Oh, I guess Shedeur Sanders is now the starter. Come
not
on.
a dead guy. That's a very alive guy.
Come on.
But I wouldn't be like, oh, thank heavens!
All of a sudden you work
Salvation is here!
All of a sudden you work for C-SPAN. I mean, Deepodesta is not even the big fish. It matters. It's big, but it's not the big fish here.
No, he's a big fish.
It's not Stefanski. It's not Barry. I don't even know what Deepodesta's been doing here for 10 years.
Yeah, but I think the problem is it doesn't matter. His name is synonymous in football with failure. Well, not just failure, but he's an interloper. Like, I think the thing that I can tell you that Paul Deepodesta did was he had Jimmy Haslam's ear, and he had his hand in decisions he shouldn't have had. Whether that was one decision or multiple decisions, I don't care. Like Jack Duffin, great salary cap analyst, really like him. But he's like, wow, here are the three things I can tell you. He liked Kevin Stefanski over Freddie Kitchens in 2019.
That's been widely discussed, yes.
Oh gosh, I forgot the other two.
Which, by the way, that's not like a hard thing to have, I liked I liked anybody more than Freddie Kitchens in 2019. It's not really much of a take
well,
there.
In 2019, there were a lot of people that whoopity hell liked it. Oh, but okay, he didn't view Carson Wentz as a top 20 quarterback and wanting Sean McDermott as head coach over Hugh Jackson. Like, so we're just going to say the three things you think that they're like good things that he might have done? No.
Well, even with the responsibility of it all, like he will be remembered with Deshaun Watson. He'll be remembered with 1-31. But like in the big picture of all this, there's a lot of people that are going to be grouped into they made a Deshaun Watson decision that ultimately ends up getting him fired.
Yeah, I mean, they're 56, 99-1 since he took over his role in 2016. And so the truth is, even if all this is, listen, I know there are a lot of people like, cool, this is the first domino, now get rid of Barry, or now get rid of Stefanski, or get rid of both of them.
I think the door being open for that is huge. That's the big part of the news.
And by the way, this validates the conversation going forward. Because every time you and I have pointed out, since going back to January, you don't get to have 8 wins over 2 years, if that's what this is going to be, and everybody keeps their job. That's called logic. And everyone was like, but Jimmy Haslam in March, but this and that and the other. And it's like, guys, this is not how the NFL works. But because the Browns have continued to do things that don't feel authentic to winning and losing, you couldn't put it past them. Like you could, like even today, we had people on this station saying, Stefanski's not going anywhere. I don't know you can be as steadfast in that with Deepodesta going.
Yeah, let me ask you something about this, because Daryl tweeted out, can confirm Paul Deepodesta leaving the Browns after nearly 9.5 years. Told Deepodesta is ready to move on to his next challenge. At Jeff Passan reporting Rockies hiring him to run their baseball operations. The way that Daryl is framing that then is that is Deepodesta moving on. Where I would maybe rebuke that a little bit and maybe be like, all right, let's not take this for face value. I think you have to use some common sense in this equation, right? Yeah. Like he would have kept that job with the Browns for as long as the Browns would have let him do it. Because again, we don't really know exactly what he was doing there, but it's way more cushy than actually having to perform for the Rockies.
Yeah, I mean, I have no doubt that whoever Daryl's talking to is saying that this is the case. Because this is what you do in the current phony baloney era of sports, where teams don't want to embarrass guys they're failing.
You frame it the right way.
Exactly. And by the way, this is all the corporate influence that Ivy Leaguers, these soulless leaders that they brought to the NFL and they brought to baseball, where it's kumbaya, right? Oh, we're letting Bill Callahan go coach with his son. Aren't we great? It's like Bill Callahan was pissed at you because you forced Alex Van Pelt out when it wasn't his fault that the offense stunk.
Or this is just simple, Nick. If you want to read it as Deepodesta leaving, Deepodesta took advantage of the baseball window that was operated and afforded to him to find another job because he knew that he wasn't going to have a job come, I don't know, January 2nd. He knew when the season ended, whenever the season ends, or January 7th, whatever that is, whatever date in January that is that it ends, he wasn't going to have a job anymore. And so this is just him really getting his ducks in a row and being proactive about it.
Yeah, and here's the thing. I'd rather that be true. What I think is the truth. I'd rather that be true than Jimmy Haslam is crestfallen right now that his cash cow left for baseball.
Oh, yeah, no, I can't handle a world where Jimmy is like on his knees crying about the idea that his baseball guy Deepodesta is leaving and how are we ever going to recover? Oh, I lost my right-hand man. I would be shocked if that was the truth.
I just continue to come back to the idea of this felt like such a win. Like, was my response over the top? You bet your sweet Bippy it was over the top. Because that, no offense to Paul Deepodesta, I don't know him. None of us know him. He worked here 10 years. I know what he looks like because I watched him run around the track every August when I'd go there for training camp. But the point is...
And it was always like, whoa, Deepodesta's here.
Like, there was... When it came to him...
How about that?
He was synonymous with losing and dipping his hands into football decisions. And it wasn't, he was a great organization builder. Right? It wasn't he was this. Because nothing ever stuck to him. And so you've got a guy who can't be held accountable, you've got a guy that you don't know, and you've got a guy who seems to be another element in a convoluted decision-making process, which, by the way, football's hard enough to get right as it is. Mm-hmm. You add 4 voices where there should be 1 or 2, and all of a sudden and when I say voices, I'm talking about guys making decisions. Not, you scout people, right? Not people doing their job. I'm talking about everybody collaborating on the big decisions like who's your quarterback, who do we pay, who do we don't pay. That should be made by one or two people, and then everybody works around the decision.
Right. It was too much of a collaborative effort. There was always too many cooks in the kitchen, and now it set themselves up in a nice way. Now, do I think it means that Barry and Stefanski will have ever have the opportunity to live out a Browns life without Deepodesta? No, this part doesn't change with me. I still think they're going to be fired, but it does set up for the next person to have a better Browns life. Almost like a documentary, like a Browns life.
What if he goes, this team's life? I was going to go, this boy's life.
It's an NFL Films documentary was what it is, a Browns life.
It's probably not great. That being said, what if Kevin goes 4-5 down the stretch?
Not enough for me.
With your boy Shador? Huh?
Now we're talking my language.
Oh, look at that. Something's
Shador
peaking.
To me. Talk Shador to me.
Something's peaking. Real quick, we're going to get to Demos in Cleveland. Demos, we got about 45 seconds, buddy. What you got for us?
Hey, how you doing? I look, Deepodesta, I'm bitter that he walked before they made him run. I wanted the full pitchfork and torches treatment for this guy. His approach, his 10 years of hell that he put us through, it blows my mind. And then thinking that Haslam is gonna somehow cry about this. I mean, Haslam's he's lost in confusion here at this point. What's he going to do now? Who's he going to hire? I'm guessing that the Deepodesta left because he saw his influence start to crumble when his boy Kevin can't call plays anymore and follow the pattern of analytics. I work in analytics, and I'm telling you, he sucked at analytics for football, okay? There's no way you can apply baseball type of analytics to football and think that somehow having tons of data, sorry, I almost said something else, tons of data that you can somehow tap into and make 22 guys follow and work. It's beyond the pale, and I'm so glad that he's gone. But like I said, I wanted to see him run out of town, not walk before they made him run.
Demos, we appreciate you, buddy. Thank you so much. Take that for data. John Fanta will join us coming up in about 5 minutes. We'll get his take on Paul Deepodesta going back to baseball, no longer working for the Cleveland Browns. Is that enough? Bloodlust for John Fanta. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. The Big Dipper is back. Nick Wilson here for my friends at Daisy French Onion Dip. It's football season.
Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
The first place to hear locker room reaction after every game.
With that, I'll take any questions.
Guaranteed. It's the official post-game show. Quarterbacked by Jeff Phelps. This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns. 92.3 The Fan.
Afternoon drive. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. I don't know if we'll get to who the new Ignatius head coach should be, but that is definitely something we might want to get to with our next guest. He is Cleveland's own. I got fooled. Vince McKee. When the Ignatius coach stepped down. Yeah. He put out Highlands. Again, Wadsworth. Highlands right down the road. Highlands head coach. Is going to be the next Ignatius head coach. And what I didn't realize is it said, it basically, in my own opinion, okay, whatever 3 letters he used there. And so I immediately texted my brother, who's a football coach in the area, and I was like, whoa, Highlands coach. And then finally I had to sheepishly go back 5 minutes later and I actually read the whole thing. He said it would be a good hire. He didn't say it.
Just an opinion piece.
It's just an opinion piece. I'm an idiot. I don't know how to read.
Yeah, they're not good at football, that Ignatius, right now.
Not now.
No.
Not until they get Highlands coach.
Yeah, people used to tell me all the time how big they were a powerhouse at one point. Back in the Fanta days, the Mac Robinson days, they were a powerhouse.
People have said since Mac and Fanta left, it's not been the same.
Well, you know what it is? Coach Riz told me that they stopped taking vouchers. Killed the program.
I don't even know what any of that means.
Killed the program. Yeah. Well, all the good players weren't able to come there anymore, and it killed the program.
That's a tough one.
What Coach Riz told me. I don't know. I don't do much with high school sports. You guys know this about me.
Is that like a rebate program?
Kind of. So what it is that you get a lot of kids that aren't from the area that if they basically get to go to school at Ignatius or any of those other places for a very low cost, and now they don't take the vouchers anymore. So Ignatius' team just sucks.
I've heard the FBI frowns
all the
upon
good
rebate
players.
programs.
All the good players are just gone.
If you spend enough money, they'll forget about it. But 216-474-0092.
It's like a roundabout way of giving a high school kid a scholarship is the point. Without saying we're giving you a scholarship for football, we're giving you a scholarship for football.
I've already lost interest. Paul Deepodesta out. Going back to Colorado. If we got confirmation, I'd really like confirmation. Or is Passon still playing hard to get here?
Passon's playing hard to get.
Passon's playing. So in the final stages of Paul Deepodesta leaving the Cleveland Browns to go head up the Colorado Rockies, to talk about that, we're going to welcome in San Ignatius class of 2013. I'm not trying to age the man. It does say it in the thread there. John Fanta joining us on the Fan Hotline, Cleveland's own NBC Sports. What's up, buddy?
What is happening, guys? No shortage of activity, even after a bye week. Here we go.
Now, I do want to know, are you leaving NBC Sports to be the new Ignatius head coach?
Ooh, it's like a Woj situation. You could be like the St. Bonnie's GM. You could be like Ignatius' new GM and maybe get those vouchers back.
I am okay. Thank you very much. I am a proud Wildcat alum. I'm also Ryan Franzinger is a very good family friend and a friend of mine, and so I hated to obviously see that the last couple of years did not work out because Ryan's a good man. He's going to continue to teach theology at the school. In terms of the football program, we have to be better. St. Ignatius needs to be a force again. It's been way too long. I graduated in 2013. The last state championship was with Eric Williams, Tim McVeigh in 2011, and that's not good enough. It's not good enough. Chuck Kyle built a monster, but the fact is what the program's been in recent years is so far from the standard that's been built for an 11-time state champion. So I'm very passionate about it. I know a lot of alumni are. This is a really important search. They've got to get it right because Ignatius football's got to get back on the map. Tired of being the doormat. It's time to get back on the map.
The standard is the standard. And by the way, a denial's the right way to go. Play hard to get. That's the way you do it, John.
How much you willing to donate to the program, John?
I will absolutely look. I don't know what that number is, but I absolutely support. I will support Ignatius in whatever way. Look, you're talking to my grandpa went there.
NBC money's real, John.
Yeah.
That is enough. That is John.
That was out of pocket.
Right now, I'm worried about formula and diapers and Deepodesta. That's what's on my mind.
Bumbling, stumbling, John. Don't run from it.
So this week,
You're
I've learned you don't like your high school. You don't like Italians, apparently.
I love my high school. I'm a proud Wildcat alum.
Not saying Italians. What's going on here?
I love Italians, too. I'm making Nick Wilson dinner right now. I'm worried about having to pay for his freaking meal that I'm going to have to owe him because I believed. And now I'm sitting here as I'm talking to you guys, and when this news came out from Passon, I just thought to myself, man, and I bet Nick Wilson thinking that his whole back-end operation, because we never heard from the guy or saw him, like it's one of those bear in the woods things. Like I actually believe that his whole ideas would work, and that's why I'm the fool, I guess.
I am the bear in the woods. John, do you like the move? Are you sorry, I shouldn't say do you like the move. Are you happy that Deepodesta won't be having his hand in the cookie jar in Cleveland anymore?
Well, to me, this is him beating the inevitable. That's how I read the situation. He knows that the owner is now done focusing on the stadium and actually is starting to look at what's happening with the football team. And Jimmy Haslam, I don't know who is in his ear to what degree, but we do know that Paul Deepodesta was in his ear, and Paul Deepodesta somehow had this convincing hold over Jimmy Haslam. Paul Deepodesta was with the Cleveland Browns for a not short amount of time. I mean, you're talking about the better part of the last decade, almost a decade in Cleveland for this guy. And, to now go to the Rockies, I think he's beating what would have been the end for him. Does it necessarily mean it's the end for the other guys? I don't know the answer to that. Do I think that's the case? I do. I think that the Browns are going to hit the reset button because there's people out there who say that, no, the seats aren't hot for these guys. And to me, this is Deepodesta has lost. I think he's trying to get out here, guys. And this is my theory. Haslam finally started to say, what's going on? What exactly is happening here? And I think that Deepodesta and Haslam lost their connection maybe in recent weeks, if not months. And Deepo has been looking to get out. And this is his way of getting out. He's beating what would have been a firing. It's an optics move for him to take another job. And you're beating the reset. I mean, that's what my intuition says. I have not heard your show before I came on, so I don't actually know what you two have said about this, but that's my theory.
No, that's the right read. The right read is that it seems as if there's going to be a lot of changes, and Deepodesta, while the baseball jobs are open, he's going to try to get a baseball job, and then he was able to land one, and so he took that opportunity, John.
Absolutely. He took that opportunity because he knows that things have run their course and that the current state of the organization is unjustifiable. I mean, even Jimmy Haslam, I have to think, oh man, I hope you can't justify the current product in any way, shape, or form, guys. It is at a level offensively that as we talked about last week, is as bad as I've seen, I think as bad as you guys have seen. And Deepodesta, it's amazing because to me, I think like the biggest brick to fall from a structure, like it's the first one. And this proves the idea that when a lot of people have asked the question of who is in control, who's really in control, and a lot of people had suggested the last decade that Deepodesta is the one who has Haslam's ear more than anybody. I mean, he's stayed through multiple regimes. He's had this power, and nobody ever really sees or hears from him, but it definitely felt like he had this pull on Jimmy Haslam. And maybe Jimmy Haslam just watched Moneyball and was convinced. I don't know the answer to that question.
But what we do know,
yeah, well, neither was Draft Day. But what we do know, is that if our intuition is correct and that Deepodesta had quite a bit of power, this is the first major smoke signal that says he doesn't want to have to be in the room again to, one, tell people they're fired, people that he probably likes. I mean, Andrew Berry and Kevin Stefanski have been around a while. They would have had to get along to some degree for how long they've all been together. But the happy house, or what appears to be a happy house, it's finally breaking up. It's taken too long, but this is the first exit. And when there's one, typically there's multiple. And I think that this is a sign now. Like, I am so curious. I don't know if you guys are or not, but I am very curious to see Sunday what the body language of the team is, what the attitude of the team is, how the team comes off the bye week. Because if they come out and they lose another game away from home and are lifeless and are just not there mentally, the writing really goes to the wall. I mean, to me, Sunday for the coach, and some people may say, well, it's already past that. Nick, I don't know. I would welcome the argument. Sunday to me feels like if there's ever a chance for like a last breath or a last chance to show why you belong, that's what Sunday feels like to me. Does it feel that way to you?
I mean, you better win. I don't say you better win this game. This is as good of a chance as you has to have a win a game. Since the Miami game, might be your best chance to win a game all season long, considering they just had a fire sale.
I mean, it's true. It's true, but now this happens, and this didn't just occur. This has had to have come up during the bye week. I can't imagine. Like, it's not coincidence here, in my opinion. Now, baseball season did just end, so we're in baseball transaction season and all that stuff. But, like, it does feel as though the perfect story. Like, for a team, for an organization that's this poor right now, you had to think things were almost too quiet out of Berea during the bye week, during the deadline, during all that, to say nothing was going to happen. Well, it was the calm before the storm. I mean, this news comes out, and all our phones blew up. And I'm sure yours did. My messages were from Browns Nation. Finally. I mean, this is a guy that really hung on for a long time and really did not have many fans. I mean, he hung on longer than the shelf life of people, even though he was behind the scenes. Like, Deepodesta, the whole thought of him the last couple of years has been, oh God, if he has power, which we all think he does, it's really a sad situation because he never had to answer for the problems. And I believe that he had a large say in a lot of matters, and he had the perfect job because he never really had to face people on those things. But now it makes sense why the general manager did not talk during the bye week, in my opinion. I think this all lines up.
That's interesting. I hadn't thought about Andrew Berry finally just ducking his responsibilities there because he didn't want to deal with a Deepodesta question that he would have to dodge. I do wonder. We haven't spoken to Deepodesta since 2022. I always wonder if we as a collective should do a GoFundMe to send Terry Pluto to Colorado to ask questions or something, get some answers out of him in his introductory press conference for the Rockies.
You know what? We're talking about donations in this call, which this is why this call is always fascinating because we've talked about unicorns. We've talked about movies. I think we've talked about dating once or twice. Now we're talking about a GoFundMe for Terry Pluto. Well, if we're going to start that, I will gladly give $50 to it. I mean, how much is a flight to Colorado?
It can't be that expensive. $300? Yeah, it can't be that expensive.
Yeah,
but tariffs, guys.
It's like 1 hour of work for Ken Carman. But, we could piece that together and give to the GoFundMe. I mean, I am all in to give to the GoFundMe for Terry Pluto to go out to Colorado and ask Paul Deepodesta, number one, where have you been? And number two, are you beating the rush of a fire sale of its own in Cleveland? Which the answer is yes. We all know that answer. I mean, yeah, you're right. Like, this is so rare. Like, the New York Knicks do this with their executives. They never talk to the media. But, this is a really weird case of a guy who just was appeared to have a lot of power, but we never really heard from. And this is the straw, that breaks the camel's back to me. Like the sign is, okay, change is a coming. And to the people who say, because I respect, a lot of the people who have said this, but you guys have had them on your show, right? You've had people on your show that are in the know with the Browns, correct me if I'm wrong, that have legitimately said they do not foresee the major changes that the three of us are talking about that seem rational.
That's Daryl Ryder every Monday and Friday.
Yeah, and I love Daryl.
Erase your phrase.
I would say, what's that?
Erase your phrase.
Keep going, John. It's okay.
Oh, I really, Daryl's a friend of mine. I mean, we text all the time and stuff. And what I would say to that is, and Daryl's in the know more than I am, but like, how could you possibly justify to your fan base bringing these people back? There's no justification for it, and there's very few in the history of professional sports at this point.
All right, John, real quick. You have some allegations to beat here, my friend. You already talked about the Italian stuff, and you love Italian people. We believe you, sort of.
Yeah, I mean, we do believe you love Big East basketball, too. I don't know what that was about.
I married an Italian, and I'm craving Mama Santa's in Little Italy right now. Go ahead.
That's a very good misdirection there. Can you defeat these allegations, though, that you ditched us on Tuesday to record with Barstool that was released yesterday?
Which I understood, by the way, John. I understood.
I was genuinely stuck in the airport. I was in Detroit
with the Barstool guys.
It's not what Big Cat told me.
No, I recorded with Pardon My Take on Tuesday night. I swear I would never. You guys
what are you swearing on?
It's Tuesday.
Yeah, you're not swearing on anything I've noticed. I see. You want to swear on Italian people?
I'm swearing on Mac Robinson's Wendy's Frosty High School card that he had. I'm swearing on that.
What about Ignatius football?
Yeah, sure, fine. Ignatius football. I'm swearing on that I promise you I did not ditch the appearance for you guys for them. I would never do that to you guys. You guys are in my calendar weekly.
I'll believe it this time. John, appreciate you, buddy. Talk to you next week.
I'm praying, guys. I am going to be at MetLife on Sunday in the rain. So
hopefully the play calling makes a difference for you.
Yeah.
Bye, John.
John Fanta there, San Ignatius guy, Cleveland's own NBC Sports. We'll have his reaction on Paul DePodesta going the way of the dodo, Colorado, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
Paul DePodesta is leaving the world of football and headed back to baseball. Multiple reports have him being hired as the new head of baseball operations for the Colorado Rockies. Jimmy and D has
projects run smoother. And with Pro Extra benefits, you can simplify ordering, track spending, and save time every step of the way. Because with one partner, you get more than materials, you keep your job moving. The Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
Tune in Thursday nights at 7 to hear from the Browns head coach himself.
On play calling, I'm going to have Tommy call the plays on offense.
The Kevin Stefanski Show, Thursday night at 7.
Your home for Browns football, 92.3 The Fan.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan, on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Andrew Berry and Kevin Stefanski have been around a while. They would have had to get along to some degree for how long they've all been together. The happy house, or what appears to be a happy house, it's finally breaking up. It's taken too long, but this is the first exit. And when there's one, typically there's multiple.
John Fanta, NBC Sports, Cleveland's own potential Ignatius head coach candidate. We don't know. We didn't get to the bottom of it. He denied it, but Urban denied the Penn State rumors.
It's true.
Deny until you die, or you get the job. One of those two things. But great stuff with John, and I think
he's definitely making more at NBC than he is being the Ignatius head coach.
With that attitude,
definitely at NBC.
I don't know.
The Peacock? You kidding me?
Ignatius followers, look at Mac. Mac is so confident in his Ignatius brotherhood. He wants to fire back.
You think
they got a lot of donors. They got a lot of donors over there.
You're underestimating how much
buyout.
Fanta's. That was a big blow up for Fanta getting on the Peacock.
Oh, I'm not doubting that.
Yeah, it's just, it's Ignatius money. Come on.
Yeah.
What are you doing there?
Whoa. It's Big East basketball. It's John Fanta. That's a lot of money.
It's Ignatius. It's football. That's a lot of money.
They just won one game this last year. You guys, you're talking about so much money.
Yeah,
exactly.
You
and they've won 11 championships in the history of the program.
You can spend a lot of money and lose. Please see Jimmy Haslam's Cleveland Browns. Have some Sanka.
Is that the state of Ignatius football right now? Spending a lot of money and not winning?
Could be. Who am I to say?
Don't worry.
I'm not a future head coach.
I'm just going to text John and ask him how much he's making. I'm sure that'll go over really well. We can get this answer. The Ignatius thing has got to be, that won't be hard to find out.
It might finally be willing to give up his real thoughts in Italians at that moment. Now, that being said, I think what's really interesting is is there something else to come? Because I think the common take, which is rat jumping off a sinking ship, that makes a lot of sense. It'd be weird if this move happened and then everybody else stayed. The question is, how deep does the cutting go? And so I'll ask you, what is more likely? Deepodesta goes and Stefanski goes, but Barry stays, or Deepodesta goes, Barry goes, and Stefanski stays?
Stefanski going, Barry staying. And so the answer would be baked around the idea that Jimmy Haslam will have fallen so much in love with Andrew Barry that he feels like he no longer needs Deepodesta to be pulling the strings. And so there's a world out there that exists. I don't think this is the world, but I'm just trying to answer the question. There's a world out there that exists where he thinks so highly of Andrew Barry and the draft class that he just pulled off and everything else that he feels almost as if Andrew Barry, going from being the youngest NFL GM when he was hired at age 34 for the Browns, has graduated enough to not need the golden parachute that he perceived Deepodesta to be. Like basically the blanket, the insurance blanket that he thought Deepodesta was, he doesn't need it anymore, and he can fly free without Deepodesta.
So the crony wars are over because Andrew Barry toppled King Deepodesta?
Basically, that's what that would be. Because I believe that Haslam thinks higher of Barry than I do Stefanski right now. And so I don't really see a world where this is like Deepodesta's gone. He also is convinced now that Barry's an idiot, and then Stefanski somehow is the one that keeps his job.
So I think you're right. And by the way, it's not even just the way you're setting it up, although you're right in that. I also think it's the NFL, where GMs tend to get multiple head coaches. As of right now, Andrew Barry has had one head coach, and I don't know that Jimmy Haslam feels this way, but they can sell it like, well, but now he's going to do this without interference. I just look at this and I go, I don't know. I think if we're going, all right, who should be fired? I think there's a lot more going against Andrew Barry than there is Kevin Stefanski. Kevin does have a playoff win, and yes, I do give it to him. Kevin has 2 playoff appearances. And Kevin, the Deshaun stuff was not his decision. It was Andrew Barry who came up, or somebody in analytics, Paul Deepodesta, that came up with the decision, and then Andrew Barry sold it. Kevin Stefanski got online. Like, I don't know. If we now remove the Deepodesta influence, I think I'd be more upset if Andrew Berry keeps his job and Stefanski's gone than if Stefanski keeps his job and gets to handpick his GM.
I can't stress enough, I would fire them both. But if you're telling me choose one or the other that I think Haslam would do, it would, because Deepodesta is now gone, it would lead me to believe that he would think higher of Andrew Berry than he does Stefanski, because I've always thought he thought higher of Andrew Berry. I think it's a long-term play with Berry, and he's almost seeing like this graduation process with Berry, whereas Stefanski, we've just seen in the past couple of years get worse and worse.
By the way, the defenses coming in about Paul Deepodesta from the weirdest places.
Defenses?
Jack Duffin talked about 3 examples stand out of good things that Deepodesta did here. The McDermott over Hugh Jackson, not viewing Carson Wentz as a top 20 quarterback and wanting Stefanski over Freddie Kitchens.
Which is weird because Jack's not one of these guys that is like waves the pom-poms all the time either.
Well, but so I jokingly sent a gift that said, abandon your God. And Real Xavier P said, nah, Nick, now I'm about to go
You did Daryl. You did Daryl.
Y'all don't have someone to blame for every random thing. Yeah, I'd also say, like, you don't have the security blanket of, well, I don't know what he does. Here's what I know he does. Here's what Paul Deepodesta does. 56, 99, and 1. That's all I need to say. Listen, Kevin Stefanski wasn't here during the tanking years, which, by the way, you didn't really pull off the landing on that one. Mm-hmm. You got real close. You had the talent. And then the guys that Deepodesta wanted in here were the guys that helped screw the pooch on that. Right? Oh, God! But Kevin wanted but Paul wanted Kevin. You mean a sub 500 coach who's got 1 playoff win in 6+ years? I don't get this. I don't know what he did. So how can we really celebrate this? How can you celebrate him having a job after 10 years? I don't get it. Xavier P, love you,
weird.
buddy.
Yeah, I don't understand that.
Jack, respect the hell out of you, man. You do a lot of good stuff with the cap. Respect the hell out of you. If your reaction to Paul Deepodesta getting fired is, this is bad for the Browns, I don't know. I don't know what we're doing here.
Yeah, I don't see that either. I don't. Another, if we're talking about which one stays, which one goes, are you reading anything into the idea that because Deepodesta was the one that really went hard in the paint for Stefanski to get the job to begin with, you're always going to be beholden to people that you try to get jobs for and that you actually succeed in getting jobs for, that this would then open the door in regards to him getting rid of Stefanski as well, because the number one defender, it seemed like, of Stefanski at this point had been Deepodesta.
Yeah, this. By the way, yes, for whatever reason. It could be that Jimmy wants a stronger-handed head coach, and Paul didn't want that because of Hugh Jackson and Freddie Kitchens and whatnot. I think that's another way, like another thing that builds into your philosophy there. 216-474-0092. Paul Deepodesta is going to Colorado to run the Rockies baseball team there. Good riddance. Hallelujah. Bye-bye. If they end up keeping... Let's say they don't clean complete house, and they keep either Berry or Stefanski. Who would you be more comfortable keeping at the end of the season and when we come back? Transparency. Hopefully that's a thing we get with Paul Deepodesta, but hopefully it's a thing we get with Shedeur Sanders. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, guys, Nick Wilson.
92.3 The Fan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Don't trust anybody with your Cavs coverage unless they have sports in their name. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck.
On Afternoon Drive.
Get the latest from Browns practice throughout the week right now on our YouTube channel. Daryl Ryder recapping each and every practice and game while featuring the best highlights from coaches and players during media availability as well as on the field action. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan channel on YouTube now to get all the latest from Daryl Ryder and the Browns all throughout the football season.
I'm getting called out on social media for not being at my kids' parent-teacher conference today, which I found out today, and I think my wife found out today at about 11 o'clock that was going on.
Wait, who's did you put out something on social media about it to begin with, or no?
No. But there's the coach, one of the Wadsworth coaches, saying he's listening to the show, and he's like, "Where the hell are you at?"
I don't know. Yeah. Is that a thing you have to do?
I mean, yeah. If I know like weeks in advance, I can go
more than like 11 o'clock in the morning.
I don't know. Yeah, listen, I've been very positive. I've talked about Wadsworth being 10-0.
Yeah, you like them.
They're about to advance this weekend against I think it's Toledo St. Francis. Going to go to the game. Getting attacked here by a coach from Wadsworth, assuming this is a real coach.
Charlotte does like 2 days a week of basically what's like preschool. That's essentially what it is. It's Thursday and Fridays. Mm-hmm. And I'm getting all these emails for like parent-teacher night. And then like next Tuesday, Elise wants me to go to daddy-daughter donut day and all these other things. Like today I dropped her off and it was like they were like selling cookies outside and doing all this other stuff. And I'm like, well, what are we doing here?
Yeah.
How is this my life? The kids are not even 3 years old. How am I this invested into this? And why are there so many meetings for a not even 3-year-old?
Wait till you
what's going on?
Wait till you get to a point where they start to try and lure you into the dad gang, the drop-off gang. We had a lot of that in Charlotte because the way my show was.
Yeah.
It's a little different here. They do drop off differently. Well, they're also older. But yeah, for elementary school, the cool dad gang was trying to recruit me.
Well, hold on. I do drop off now for her, but like it just what does that entail? What am I missing here? Like you guys all hang out and like smoke cigarettes together? Like what do you guys do?
One more time.
What do you guys all do in the cool drop off game?
And they point occasionally. You have a carafe of something, tea, coffee, maybe just hot water.
You guys are like Hank Hill, just standing outside.
There's a lot of sports talk.
No, I want to drop the kid off and go.
No.
The whole point for dropping the kid off is that I can leave.
No, the dads talk.
I don't want to talk to dads.
Yeah. Well, that's why you're not invited to the cool dads club.
I hope to never get invited. These aren't the things I want to be invited to. I want to drop the kid off, and then I want to go about my day. The whole reason why I'm dropping the kid off is to go about my day, not hang out and make chat with just dads. No, thank you.
This is why you're not going to get invited.
I hope to never get invited.
Yeah, see, with that attitude. I mean, yeah, you're playing hard to get. I get it. All right? You want to be invited, but you don't want to look like you want to. You're playing hard to get. Respect the tactic. Like Fanta with the Ignatius job. Respect the tactic. But they can see what you really, they can see the desperation.
Did you become a part of this? Did you become a part of the drop-off gang?
I may or may not have been there. Might have been there with my thermos and... hey, what do you think about the Panthers? They're not good. Oh, I know. Tell me about it.
Tell me about it.
Yeah, you just look like King of the Hill.
That's all. That's all.
Yeah, but with
a thermos.
But with a thermos, and it's like 7 o'clock in the morning, and everybody's wearing like plaid button-up shirts because they live in Charlotte.
So you were definitely Bill.
No, that's mean. No, that's me. He said that, not me. That's me.
Mac.
Yeah.
Why don't you worry about losing your virginity and leave me alone?
Oh.
Yeah. Okay, that was me. That was unnecessary.
Pew, pew, pew.
With love and respect.
Pew, 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 pew.
Mine's lots, just like your hairline.
Oh.
Have some Sanka? By the way, dolls don't count. That being said, in case you missed it, coming up in about 40 minutes there.
Any more barbs between you two? You guys want to get out here?
He could take a barb right now. Oh, have some Sanka.
Have some Sanka.
We're having some fun here. Now, we were just asked if one has to stay, Barry or Stefanski, now that Deepodesta is going back to baseball, where he belongs, who would you choose? Jim in Cuyahoga Falls. Welcome to the show, buddy.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
I'm living the dream. What you got for us?
I hear you. I guess my question would be, if you were leaning towards keeping Kevin Stefanski as your head coach, does him dying on the hill of Dylan Gabriel as his quarterback, does that affect your decision going forward if the team doesn't look good?
I would understand if it did for a lot of people. I look at his allegiance to Dylan Gabriel as a lifeboat after dealing with the Deshaun stuff, after dealing with the Baker stuff and all the different quarterbacks. I can look at it as an act of desperation for a guy trying to find some sanity in an insane organization.
We'll see how long he takes it, Jim. If it becomes very obvious and it becomes beyond any sort of reproach, the idea that if Dylan Gabriel stinks and he keeps going back to it and he doesn't put Shador out there, then yes, I'll hold it against him. Very much so.
That's what I would agree with you. I just, like I said, I guess at some point, if you don't want to see what Shador can at least do, I mean, that's got to affect your decision, right? The guy can't see past what he wants. You know what I mean?
Yes, definitely. And
Jim,
yes, I am judging him for that.
Buddy.
Thank you, Jim. And I judge him for his love of Dylan Gabriel to begin with anyway.
By the way, you're in a good mood today. I think the Deepodesta stuff has you in a good mood.
Is that a fact?
Because he said Shador.
Yeah, no.
And
yeah.
you did not. You didn't even bat an eye. I
wanted to give Jim the respect of the phone call that it deserved.
Yeah, good question.
Because
he did earn some brownie points there.
If I detoured and laughed and did the Shador thing, then I wouldn't have gotten the point off that I wanted to get off to respect the phone call.
And you had to get off.
And I had to get off.
Yeah. Jim and Kent, would you, if you had to keep one of them, would you keep Stefanski or would you keep Barry?
Hey guys, I'm
Look
keeping
at the
Andrew
pipes
Barry.
on Jim. Good Lord.
Yeah, I mean, you have to keep Barry. He's got the proven track record. I mean, for instance, look what he did with Amari Cooper. He knew when he was going to fall off, got the picks. Zadarius Smith knew it was a lost year, got rid of him. Z's gone, he's retired. Andrew Barry has shown he can adjust as to where Kevin Stefanski, I'll throw it back to the Baker Mayfield days. Baker got hurt. We all knew Baker was hurt. He refused to be the coach and sit him when Case Keenum was right there. And I think that tells me all I need to know about Kevin.
Jim, you have very dulcet tones there. We appreciate you.
He's got a point, and it's one that I tend to agree with. Like, if you're going to go to bat for Andrew Barry, the ideal would be that Andrew Barry has shown some evolution within the time that he's been here, and he is right now showing the best job that he's ever done, whereas Stefanski's not showing the same.
Okay, the problem is this roster construction sucks.
I agree with you.
Even if I give you 4 draft picks.
I would have fired him last year. But this is, if you never hit a roster pick and then all of a sudden you have a draft where you hit what looks like 4, potentially 5 roster picks, you are at a high for where you are, even if that high is not necessarily as high as, let's say, other GMs across the NFL.
I just think the problem with this is you're giving him 4 picks when the rest of the 5.5 years has not been good.
Right, but on the other side
at least
of it,
with Stefanski, I can give you 11 wins and a playoff win.
No, but what are you giving me? In the previous 2 years, you're giving me a collective 5 wins.
Yeah, but why should recency bias matter when we have 6 years to react to? And again, I'm not trying to sell like Kevin Stefanski. I got a great leg to stand on with Kevin Stefanski.
But nobody has a great leg to stand on either of these.
Because
is the problem.
My biggest problem with Kevin will always be he's not a leader of men, and that will catch you one way or another in the NFL.
I would think that they're making the argument that there's some corner that had been turned and some sort of evolution of Andrew Barry that wasn't able to exist because of the golden handcuffs that the Deshaun Watson trade, that even if he facilitated it, put him and the organization in.
See, I think let's just go there, though. Like, who germinated? Who created?
The reports say both of them. We've never found out exactly who it is. So the reports say both of them.
My reading of it, and I don't know this is right, so I'm not reporting anything.
Because both The Athletic at the time and Mary Kay at Cleveland.com said it was both an Andrew Barry and Kevin Stefanski. They collectively took that to Jimmy Haslam. And then the reporting continued on to suggest, this is at both different outlets, that Jimmy Haslam was the one that ultimately put the guaranteed money in front of it, and he's the one that put the final oomph attached to it all. But the originators of it was the two of them collectively together.
I think we're leaving out Paul DePodesta, by the way.
But they've never attached his name to that. It's always been, it was Andrew Barry and Kevin Stefanski Stefanski, and they took that idea to Jimmy.
Yeah, but somebody had to come up with the idea first, and Jimmy's got to know, right?
I would hope that they would know.
That's who you fired.
I think the only people that might know that answer, honestly, is between Andrew Berry and Kevin Stefanski.
No, not the thought partners. I guarantee you,
because they
everyone
presented
knows.
this to the media. They presented this to the two people that have reported on it the way that they've reported on it as a collective. And this goes in the thought partners nonsense, and this goes to the collaborative effort to it all. Maybe Andrew Berry goes to bed at night knowing it was his call. Maybe Kevin Stefanski goes to bed knowing it was his call. But as far as we know, that's as good as we got.
I guarantee you that in those walls, there's clarity on this. There's no way. They talk about every decision. There's no way there wasn't a, hey, AB had this idea, hey, Kevin had this idea. I also find it hard that Kevin actually wanted him because Deshaun did nothing in Houston that he was going to do here. He didn't fit his system. What has Kevin shown you? Why does he love Dylan Gabriel? Because Dylan Gabriel fits his system.
Well, no, but does he love Dylan because he fits his system, and Deshaun would so obviously didn't, and he wasn't able to have success with that, and so he wanted quarterbacks that then would fit his system and do his stuff.
It goes back to the success they had with both Case Keenum and Kirk Cousins in Minnesota.
Because the times were so different than where the AFC North was as a whole, and part of the pitch is that you can't live in the AFC North where Big Ben still existed, and then you had Lamar Jackson who was winning MVPs, and Joe Burrow was going to the Super Bowl. You couldn't exist in that world without a premier quarterback. And so they sold out for a premier quarterback.
Okay, fair enough here. And we can leave this here because the truth is, it doesn't matter if you or I know who truly ordered the code red and said, we've got to jettison Baker.
We're never going to find out.
Well, no. This is Jimmy Haslam's job to find out. It's Jimmy Haslam's job to know because that's what I want. I don't give a rip if you come out and tell me, no, I want to know. No, my pound of flesh isn't done yet. I want Jimmy Haslam to come out and say, I was sold on this idea, instead of doing the thing that he did, which is, there's blood on all of our hands. No.
That's all you're ever going to get. That's all you're going to get.
I've had 5 years, now 6 years, of a lack of clarity, of a lack of, hey, this is my job. Hey, Paul Deepodesta can do everything or nothing. He's Kaiser freaking Soze, right? I want the era of a lack of transparency from the Cleveland Browns. I want it to go the way of the dodo. And you cannot move on from this without addressing the central failure of the Cleveland Browns under all of these guys, which is the Deshaun Watson trade. It brought shame on you on the field. It brought shame on you off the field. So whoever was the guy that woke up one day and said, I think I'm going to sell everybody on trading for Deshaun Watson, that's the guy whose ass I want gone.
I know, but
if it's Paul Deepodesta, I want to know it.
So, but the problem, first off, we're never going to know it, and the other part of this is that, as Albert Breer has told us time and time again, they've looked at that as they've given themselves collectively, everyone involved, they're a mulligan for that time period. So, one, we're not going to ever find out that answer, the true answer of it all.
Doesn't this show that they didn't get a mulligan? If Paul Deepodesta,
Paul
Deepodesta was ushered out of Cleveland,
way too late. No, way too late. No.
So it has to be a specific time frame. There's a statute of limitations.
Yes, once Deshaun Watson got injured last year, and that last offseason, that's the time that everyone should have been fired for the Deshaun Watson nonsense. Now we are in the bonus time. Now we are. If we're playing with these mulligans that everyone's telling us in, we're in the extras. This is it. And the idea that it even took this amount of games, they had a chance this season. If Joe Flacco had been awesome this year and they'd been winning 7, 8, 9 games and we're doing great as far as the division is concerned, I would bet dollars to donuts Deepodesta's not stepping away today.
Unless this was meant to be the poison pill year, and this has always been Jimmy's plan, no matter what he said to the media.
Well, again, there's a lot that is on the table here. I'm open to the idea that it was always the plan that at the end of this season, they would then fire everybody, they would clean complete house, and then everything could be in order to start up next season. But even within all that, I don't know that is the as immediate response to the Deshaun Watson debacle to make it all about the Deshaun Watson debacle, even if you and I know that at the time they should have just done it right then and there.
And here would be my thing.
Because the mess was too large to hire anyone of consequence at that point.
You're probably right that I'm not going to get the transparency I want, but you can tell me with your actions. There's an organization that says one thing and then does the other, right? There's a lot of that going on with this organization.
So if you pick one or the other, if you pick Berry to stay and Stefanski to go or switch it up, you think the one that goes is the one responsible for Deshaun?
Because you would have to be the dumbest person on the planet to keep the guy that came up with the idea and run the guy who had to be sold on it.
As of right now, that's the impression that they're giving us.
I'm not disagreeing with you.
Until proven otherwise. And again, Mary Kay was just on the station this morning saying Stefanski's as safe gets. And she's been consistent about that theme. Now, I would not bet on Jimmy Haslam ultimately seeing that through. That's what I continue to tell everybody. But As of right now, nobody is truly paid for the Deshaun Watson fiasco. And if they wanted to make Deepodesta the fall guy in that, or not even the fall guy, the guy responsible for it, they would have done it a year ago.
216-474-0092. Paul Deepodesta going back to baseball. If Haslam decides he doesn't want to clean the entire house, he just decides between keeping Kevin or Andrew. So you got to keep one of them. Who you keeping? I think this year has been my year of I'm done with Andrew Berry because the roster construction sucks, the drafting's not good enough, and I would guess he has to be the guy that sells everybody else on the Deshaun thing. I just would be really. But by the way, to back what we said earlier, I still think it's a better chance Andrew's here next year than not. Cats love it,
hate it.
In 15 minutes here on 92.3 The Fan.
For me, it's the little things, like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
There's Cavs and there's NBA news that happens while you're at work. Baskin and Phelps, weekday mornings starting at 10.
Sports Talk on the Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Cash, love it.
Hate it.
Coming up in about 7 minutes here, Nick and Jonathan back with you. The big news of the day has, of course, been Paul Deepodesta getting a job in baseball, and that means we'll see what the other changes are. You know, it's funny. The Tommy Reese, and it is Tommy Reese, right?
I mean, I always thought so. I'm lost at this point. In college, it was.
Both fellas in the morning show have said Reese.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'd like to know the
them and ask them. I know. I don't know if they're doing that for some.
Is it a bit?
I don't think so. Because Weimar usually doesn't go along with like Ken likes to just mispronounce things because it's funny to him. But like Weimar usually doesn't go along with it. And they're both saying it that way, and it I've tried looking it up, and it's not. There's not like any weird pronunciation that I would think of.
Okay. I'm honestly asking because
I just don't know.
I don't want it to be like the Shador thing where it's like Shadir, you know?
Yes, because that's very bothersome to me when people get those type of things wrong, and so I'd hate to be a perpetuator of that.
But it was interesting when Tommy Reese became the play caller this week. You saw guys who had been in Kevin's camp for a long time go, all right, I think Kevin's a good coach, but this is making me second guess the situation. I wonder how the general, like when we have Albert Breer next Tuesday, when we have Ross Tucker next Wednesday, I wonder how this moves the needle or moves the conversation outside of Cleveland, because for the first time, like even the Tommy Reese stuff in like the tweets that I saw, there were still a lot of people being like, no, Stefanski and Barry are safe. I would imagine this would be the thing that opens the door for the conversation, because this is Paul Deepodesta has been so ensconced. He's been so embedded in Berea for the last decade.
I want to know what type of impact this does have for people's perception of it all. But so Albert's very involved. So I think Albert will be able to be like, whoa, massive deal. This is going on, right? Ross covers every team. Ross covers the whole entire league. I think Ross will look at this like, oh, okay, somebody that has been in their front office and obviously had a seat at the table. He's now not there anymore because he wanted to, I think he might actually fall for the idea that he just wanted a baseball job and want to get back into baseball, which you and I, it feels like, does not believe at all.
I really need Jeff Passan to get in and just confirm this for me. He's still saying sources, right? He's still saying sources.
Yeah,
he hasn't confirmed it. I need double secret confirmation.
Deep into conversations has been the line for like 3 hours now. If this falls apart, that would be well, you can't go back to the Browns at this point.
Yeah, I mean,
so he's gone, so I don't have to worry about him.
No, you can go back.
No, you can't go back.
Yes. Do you think Jimmy would be upset again if this is how certain media members are going to paint this, which is, well, Paul just really wanted to go back to baseball, which feels like hooey. But if this falls through, and if it is, well, Paul just wants to go back to baseball, theoretically, there'd be room for Paul Deepodesta.
It's like a Costanza situation?
No, I don't even want to acknowledge it.
You just show up
and
gone. Pretend he's gone.
I like your way better.
Yeah, he's gone.
I like that better, and if it turns out to not be true, I'll be really pissed. Let's go with James in Akron. I almost forgot how to click here. James, welcome to the show, buddy.
Well, let me tell you this, a couple things before we go to this. The Browns got a baseball guy to supposedly get our organization together in football. That was a failure in the first place. I mean, he's not a football guy, so he's gone good. Now, the next thing, if I was the Browns right now, I wouldn't do any more evaluation on Barry or nobody until the season is about over. The biggest thing I would do is this week. If these guys stay this whole game and get the crap beat out of them, keeping Gabriel in the game, I fire both of them at the end of the year. They're gone. I mean, this is crazy. You got a guy that don't match anything in the NFL. The quarterback is 5'7" or 5'8", and people like 6'6" and like that. Every once in a while, you get a guy like Montana that was 5'10", that was great. But I mean, it's like playing the lottery. You playing to get the lottery. You don't play for the lottery. You play for a winner. And that's what the Browns are doing. So if they're going to say with Gabriel not take a chance, then they're saying we're playing to lose. So I get rid of both of them. And that's what I would do. But it wouldn't be until the end of the season. This game right here will make a decision on both of those guys.
James, we appreciate you, buddy. Thank you so much. I do think it's interesting. Wyatt Teller yesterday on the preview show was so adamant. Like, guys, if things go right this week, I don't want you to think it was about the play calling. It was we just executed, right?
Yeah.
Which you can look at as a defensive Kevin Stefanski, or you can look at like, no, I want credit if we turn around and do well. However you want to look at it, it'll be really interesting if Deepodesta leaving and the Browns win against the Jets, which they should. I wonder if anyone's going to try and spin it of like, the organization really felt a sense of relief at this change of direction.
I don't think they can do that. That'll be funny. I don't think they can do that.
I think
that is
in
such
the
a parting
era
shot.
Of opinions and
that's such a parting shot, though. Such a like this big weight was lifted off of our shoulders.
You don't think at least one Browns fan is going to do it?
Well, but it's not. Of course, Browns fans will do it. But like Deepodesta, the difference is that Deepodesta isn't there. You know, like he's not like this big hovering presence in Berea because he's not in Berea. He was always just in San Diego. He was off. So like
Palpatine, he's on another planet.
So it's not like the players are like, oh yeah, we always saw Paul, and it's weird not having him around anymore. It's like he wasn't there to begin with anyway. He was in California. So that presence, I don't think is going to be there. What is interesting though, quickly, I know we got to get to Cash here.
Love it.
What John Fanta had to say, I thought was pretty fascinating. Just in general, with the idea that when it comes to Deepodesta and it comes to this whole arrangement, well, you know what? I lost my thought. Let's just go to Cash. It's okay. I psyched myself out with that. We'll get back to that.
I was
later.
really excited to see where we're going with that one.
On the line with Cash Love It, sponsored by BetMGM and MGM Northfield Park.
As we do every Thursday at 6:30, it's time for Cash Love It,
Hate It
on the Fan Hotline. Cash, welcome out to the show, buddy.
Oh, how are y'all doing today?
Doing well. The little birdie on the phone screener here says you just lost power in your neighborhood.
The entire block has lost power, so decided to go old school. You should see the setup. I got a candle right here. Got my little feather pen and ink, and getting ready to give out some winners.
All right. So, do we know what caused it? Was there like a generator blower? Is it like a real concern here? Is there something tragic happen? What's going on?
No, I honestly have no idea. Hopefully there's no real concern. Just all of a sudden you finish warming up dinner for the son, and then the entire block lost power. So hot dogs.
All right. Well, hot dogs. Listen, hot dogs. I don't know how old your kid is. Hot dogs always played when my daughters were little. Now you can't. Three. Oh, that's a great hot dog age.
No. They choke on hot dogs, man. You got to like.
There's a whole.
Slice them. I know. There's a whole like. And my wife the other day was like, you got to slice down the middle, and it's like, who slices a hot dog down the middle?
Yeah, no.
You got to slice down the middle,
and then you can even slice it once you've halved it. Then you can even slice it down the middle again. So you get little hot dog chunks. Right, Cash? You can back me up on this.
We don't slice it down the middle. We just go down nice little chunks, little half spheres.
Okay.
Almost.
All right, half spears. All righty. Cash, let's get started. Raiders at Broncos. This game smells like a blowout to some. Does it smell like a blowout to you?
It does not. The Broncos played a very tough game. Honestly, should have lost if C.J. Stroud doesn't get hurt. Nice beat-up division game Thursday night. It just feels like too many points. I think if they lose that game, the Raiders are going to be sitting at like plus 6.5. So we're going to grab those 3 points. Raiders plus 9.
Ooh, I kind of dig that. That's like the bold play. I like, especially Thursday Night Football is also the ultimate equalizer.
I can't bet hard-earned money on the Raiders. Cannot do it at this point.
You're betting it on Brock Bowers and just the wonderfulness that he is. I mean, came back from injury. I think he got 30 receptions in one game. So we're just going to keep riding that train all the way through.
But not his hairline. You're not you gamble on that hairline unless you like the Tony Romo rug way of doing things. You're going to lose.
Hey, when you meet the devil at the crossroads, you got to give up something to get it. And he wanted to be the greatest receiving tight end, so the hairline had to recede a little.
All right, so we know what Matt Khalil got. What do you think he gave up? And don't say 2 or 3 cans of Coke.
No comment.
All right, that's fair. That's fair.
You knew he wasn't going to go any further.
I tried to give it to him.
You had to. You can only lead him to water. You got to see if he'll drink.
That's true.
Tulane at Memphis. Cash, what do we got?
No one comes into Big Bank Arena and is going to go ahead and beat Memphis. Memphis has got the revenge aspect. As Tulane came in there 2 years ago, beat them by 10. Here's the big difference. Memphis has one of the top defenses in the country. I know no one is watching. Tulane is sitting at 127th. Memphis is going to be able to run the ball, keep it away, and pull away. -3.5. Friday night lights. We're going to get even on it.
All right, we got a big matchup here. Number 7 BYU undefeated, go on the road against number 8 Texas Tech. It just feels weird saying that out loud, that's a 7 versus 8, and that's a big matchup. But again, BYU on the road going up against Texas Tech. How we feeling?
They're going to be leaving the comforts of Utah and the Mormons. We are going to be taking Texas Tech -10. A lot of teams have been able to pass the ball on BYU. They are a very one-dimensional offense. I think Texas Tech is going to be able to stop the run. BYU is going to get down early, and we're going to see that ferocious pass rush from Texas Tech. Go ahead, take us to victory. I do want to give a shout-out to the BYU fans. As Texas Tech, their barber, yes, very weird, the barber lost his wife, and BYU found out in the GoFundMe, and they've raised over $60,000 for him. So big shout-out to the BYU fans.
Well done for BYU
classy
fans.
Move.
Very classy.
Very classy.
Yeah. I mean, they still kick kids out of school for doing things that that young adults do, but it's a classy move. It doesn't erase that other thing. That's problematic. This is pretty classy.
On the scale, it raises a little bit higher.
Okay. I was going to make a soaking joke, but I decided against it. Can
you imagine that scenario, and then somebody my size walks in to jump on the bed?
I think you would cause a premium price, though.
That's
would you
true.
not? Like if the going rate for soaking is like $50 or so, you get to charge at least $100.
Yeah, they're like used to like 150 pound guys.
Like, this is a premium
and I walk
soaker.
in like, oh Nelly,
Like, why are you such good friends with the big guy? You know why I'm such good friends with the big guy.
Why do you guys call him Earthquake? Now we're just big WWF fans.
Oregon and Iowa. Big Dante Moore guy myself here, Cash. What do we got?
I think we're going to be able to follow Dante Moore to victory. The line has moved to Oregon -6.5. I'm okay. It's not going to get above 7. Even if it does, still take with Oregon. Oregon has the number 1 pass defense in the country. They only allow 125 yards. Iowa only passes for 132. So, again, we're going to be looking at this. It's going to be a one-dimensional matchup. Oregon's going to pull ahead late and cause a few turnovers. Hopefully, Iowa doesn't produce some of their special teams magic. Get one of those to kind of funnel the score. I think it'll be all right. Oregon -6.5.
It sounds like your son is berating your picks there.
No, he's like, Dad, you got to cut it down the line. I'm going to choke from this hot dog. Give me the diagonal
the
cut.
candle slowly go down a little bit further and further, and he's just waiting for it to burn the hand.
That's it's a metaphor for life, my young man. All right, Browns at Jets. The Browns are 2.5-point favorites on the road. We also know they're awful against the spread on the road. I believe it's 9 straight games where we land with this Browns-Jets game.
I don't think it's going to matter, but thankfully the spread has gone down to -2 with BetMGM at the sportsbook. So go ahead, get the best line. Come on down. We will be happy to book it because we're going to be following the Browns -2. Sean Junkins should have a big game running all over against. Do we even know who plays for the Jets anymore?
A guy named Ted.
General idea. Did you also name your son after money?
No, he went after one of the Greek gods.
Well, now which one?
Expecting big things from him.
Yeah. Was it one of the good ones?
You can tell us. You
didn't name him like Hades, did you? Because that would not be a great sign.
Aristotle Lovett.
No, Zephyr.
Oh. Well, by the way, what other monetary would be like $5 Lovett? How would we keep the money thing going?
I didn't know. I wanted to see what he came up with. Money Lovett? I don't know. It could have been something.
Ducats Lovett?
Silver dollar Lovett?
Dineros, a little...
Ooh, but then he'd do the Robert De Niro face all the time.
Pesos Lovett?
Pesos! Love it! All right, Cash. Love it! Hate it! Great stuff, buddy.
Y'all have a good one.
You too.
Cash love it.
Put it on the line with Cash Love It, sponsored by BetMGM and MGM Northfield Park.
All right, this is the rubber band effect. We were so good with the breaking news of Paul Deepodesta.
We did a lot today.
And we just did not. We came close a couple times.
Did a lot today.
To taking this thing off the tracks, but we were respectful professionals today.
We did 2.5 hours on a guy we don't even know what his job was.
That's true. But his job is failure.
That's
what his job is. 56, 99, and 1. And so that had to happen. Apologies to Cash. Love it!
Hate it!
And his entire family. Little ducats,
Little
little
pesos.
dinero, $2 bill. I mean, come on. $2 bill, love it?
I do love it.
I love it too. No hate it here. In case you missed it. In 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Rock.com, and Walmart. Based on Root Metrics Data 5G Report United States 1H 2025. Experiences may vary. Not an endorsement of Verizon. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Ryan Day and the Buckeyes passed the test against Penn State, and the college football playoff rankings are out. Debate it all on Cleveland Sports Radio. 92.3 The Fan.
Final segment of the show. Now that was more out of pocket than anything I've said on air today.
So out of left field.
And no, we cannot, under any circumstances, let you in on the joke. It was AI reporting on baseball. That's all you need to know, folks.
That's what it was.
However, big thanks to Pete Futek joining us at 4:40 today. Great stuff on Urban Meyer to Penn State. And just back up Zach Gelb, guys. Urban Meyer, bit of a jerk. Also, John Fanta at 5:20 today. Usually he joins us on Tuesdays at 4:20. Really good stuff today on the Deepodesta stuff. And then Cash, love it!
Hate it!
Today at 6:30. Let's go ahead and get to in case you missed it.
He is getting more used to us, right? I think.
I don't think so.
No, I don't think so either.
Because I think we're getting weirder.
Yeah.
And he's staying the same.
Yeah.
And I think we just are cracking ourselves up.
Yeah, that's probably right.
But listen, we're having fun.
Hey, we're having fun. J.J. Watt, I know you don't like him. I know you're not a fan of either Watt brother. I want to know if he can get you on board. He was on the Pat McAfee show, and they were discussing everything with this YouTube TV setup and not being able to watch as many things, ESPN being blacked out, and all the changes that are happening. I want to see if you and JJ could break bread over this thought. Here we go.
I'm not entering my information on another freaking website, and I'm not getting a confirmation code sent to my email, clicking it and coming back and putting it in, and then I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I did it once. I have some sort of subscription. I have no clue what it is because I can only watch half the content apparently, or it's replayed content. That's bull. Figure it out.
Figure it out. No, he's an idiot. It's a first world problem.
Okay. I was like,
I'm not going to put another password into another website.
I thought I'd give you a JJ
There's
Watt
food scarcity in America, jackass, and you can't come up with another that password. Me too dumb.
That's the Grunk voice.
Too many password. What does ampersand mean? What a dope.
I gave you like a 99% approval rating in the thought that JJ Watt would have, just to see if you would be able to go ahead and be like, JJ, maybe we're breaking some bread here. Maybe some commonality is happening here.
Why?
Maybe not the case.
Yeah, it's called write down the password, you jackwad. Like, just... Of all the things, you're a millionaire. You made $100 million in your career. You're a surefire Hall of Famer, and you're like, too many passwords. Shut up. Everybody's got too many passwords, you dodo.
Can I say this? And it's in the same realm of this. I do get a little frustrated at the people that always that are always just very vocal about how hard it is to find a sporting event, or like the extra little button that it does take to find said sporting event. It's really not. It's not that hard. It's not that hard. It's like at worst you just go from like one input to a different input, and that's not even easier than going from like pressing the guide button all the way down.
You and I are not too far off this. I will give you a generational break. Like my mom's age. My mom still calls gaming systems Atari,
There's
right?
definitely a generational break that has to happen.
When my mom goes, I don't know how to watch the Guardians. I get that. I'm like, I kind of get that. Let me help you with that. But if you're like our age, JJ I think is younger than I am. Yeah, he's like 5 or 6 years younger than us.
I think he's my age.
Me can't figure out password. Oh, God, shut up. You just sound like an idiot.
You think J.J. Watt would hire someone just to operate his remote system for him? What does that job pay? That's minimum wage to operate J.J. Watt's remote as he watches sporting events?
Backwards. New channel. Just a mouth breather. Those Watt boys are just... and they're not fun dumb. Like Gronkowski's, that's fun dumb. You can party with Gronkowski's. If you go out for drinks with the Watt brothers, they're just going to tell you why J.J. Watt's better than Myles Garrett and T.J. Watt is too.
You're doing the Nikki Glaser Grunk voice the entire time in this. That's all I keep thinking about. Your voice is the Nikki Glaser Grunk voice.
Ugh.
Yeah, JJ's a little too serious in this, isn't he?
He is. I don't know why I'm getting so upset. By the way, little breaking news here from the world of college basketball.
All right.
BYU has suspended star freshman A.J. Deepodesta. I said that wrong. Debansa. For the first half of the games against Holy Cross. He blatantly violated the university's church educational system honor code by using profanity in a team practice earlier today.
I want to know
Guys,
what word.
You can't screw and you can't curse.
What
I
word?
don't know why anyone would go to BYU. I'm sorry. I don't like.
Is it an FCC approved word?
So he says the D word. If you get suspended a half for saying damn,
like BYU basketball, they're like, oh, that stinks. You know what?
Oh boy, howdy!
This really sucks.
He
you
said
know that?
boy howdy, and he said it in an angry tone. Get him out of here.
I am fed up now. This stinks.
If I was him, though, and I got suspended for this, I'd be like, oh, by the way, I had like 3 co-eds in the dorm the other day. It was great. I'd just go for broke.
You go from a 1-game suspension to kicked off the team.
Yeah, you're AJ Debansa. You're going to be fine. They're going
to send you on a Mormon mission is what they're going to do.
They can't. They don't.
You'll be
don't
building,
control you.
You'll be building bathrooms in Guatemala.
You took the Lord's name in vain. To Guatemala for you.
Exactly how that goes.
Big thanks to Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. Big thanks to Jake Murrin. Big thanks to Matt Corelli. Big thanks to Meredith Kane. We got to go. See you, buddy.
Goodbye.
Bye.